most people didn't even know existed.
But at the moment, it's getting over 4 million page views per year, 400,000 a month, serving over 200,000 films a year.
But running a website with constantly growing traffic obviously costs money, especially back in 2006, and Hancock was eventually burned out. So he decided to step down in January of that year. And in January of that year, sold the company to two brothers by the name of Alan and Philip. These brothers had previously run a film industry tech company called Creative Planet that scaled up to hundreds of employees, but fell apart during the dot-com burst, and they were simply looking for their next move. And machinima.com was the perfect entryway into the internet. The timing of this was almost too good, because a new website was coming onto the internet in 2005 that was all about doing the one thing Hugh Hancock was doing in 2006, and it was called YouTube. YouTube had launched in 2005 when Google bought it in 2006 for over $1 billion, and the brothers had just bought a website with established credibility in the gaming and animation space, and the biggest video platform in history was about to start paying its creators. Pretty much the most valuable online real estate you could buy in the early 2000s. Hancock simply walked away to focus on his own filmmaking work and passed away in 2018. But most of what had come next, he had nothing to do with. What nobody talks about is YouTube's partner program, which was launched in 2007, was by invitation only. You couldn't just sign up and start collecting money like you do today. It was a completely different application system. YouTube actually handpicked which creators actually got monetized at the time, and gaming content was specifically a problem area, because game publishers would strike down videos left and right, like Nintendo, who was going after gameplay footage. From YouTube's side, gaming content at this time was like a legal minefield. I mean, you had so many people you had to think of with publishing rights, from the music to the game companies to everything in between that made the game, obviously had a licensing issue. So creators that were gamers couldn't necessarily get invited to the program if even the own platform knew, yeah, we're not going to make money off this content at all, so how are we even going to pay you? So when Machinima walked into a gaming creator's inbox and said, hey, upload your videos under our channel, we'll handle the copyright headaches, and we'll get you in front of audiences, and we'll get you a cut of 60% of the ad revenue. Which for many people in 2008 was a genuinely good offer, because the alternative was very different. In May of 2012, Google itself even put $35 million into the company. And this was the first time Google had ever publicly taken an equity stake in a content business. By 2012, they had over 300 million subscribers across all their partner channels, close to $50 million in venture capital, and even had Google itself put money into it. The whole thing was valued at around $200 million at the time. For gaming on YouTube, Machinima was the household name. They ran shows and original series and had channels from some of the biggest creators in the space. If you were making gaming content in 2011, there's a very real chance Machinima was in your inbox asking you to sign. But then something drastically changed. In the year 2012, Google opened up the partner agency to everyone. Obviously that sounds kind of boring on paper, but it was the moment Machinima could have lost everything. Most companies in that spot would begin to pivot and become something more than just a middleman for AdSense and maybe work like a sponsorship network or an ad agency. Machinima didn't do that though. They decided to just expand their entire operation in a really huge way without changing anything. Just sign on as many creators as you can and hope they don't notice that we do literally nothing for you. Machinima started signing as many creators as humanly possible. The creators would then sign a contract they obviously didn't read, and then they never heard from the scout again. Because if you can get 100 channels that make $5 a month, and you take 40% of that, times that by thousands of people who are making maybe more than $5, you got a pretty good model then. And the creators who aren't getting anything probably don't really care because they weren't getting anything to begin with. They weren't even making enough monetized income to get the threshold to get their check. If they could put the Machinima intro in their videos and to say that they were a proud partner, it gave them this sort of status that creators who weren't signed were pretty jealous of. Around 2011 to 2013, complaints started showing up everywhere about what Machinima called perpetual agreements, contracts that locked a channel into the network forever. Not a year, not 2 years, but forever. One of the biggest examples was a WoW YouTuber named Ben Vacas, who went by Brain Deadly. He posted a video explaining that Machinima told him this contract was completely enforceable. The actual contract language Vacas was bound to said Machinima owned his content. In his words from his famous video, in perpetuity throughout the universe in all forms of media, now known or hereafter devised. A young adult to teenager who was signing this contract obviously didn't really know what that meant and just thought it was corporate jargon saying, you know, if you sign with us, we own the things that you have until you leave. But if they never were able to leave, that just meant they had a monopoly on every single person that signed to Machinima. It really does just sound like the Scientology of YouTube, where you sign a billion-year contract and make $50 a week. But hey, the Scientologist didn't get to blast 13-year-old eardrums with that Machinima intro, I guess. And on top of my opinion, articles at the time compared Machinima's contracts to Hollywood studio deals, where young actors got locked into agreements they couldn't escape. But Brain Deadly wasn't even the most famous person that was trapped in by the Machinima contract. What if I told you one of the most biggest YouTubers ever fell for this stunt before he blew up? PewDiePie was signed with Machinima before he was famous, and before the explosion that turned him into one of the most subscribed YouTubers on the entire platform. He's been pretty open that the deal he signed was definitely bad, and that he felt neglected by the company. And the only way he eventually got out was by hiring an actual lawyer to fight his way through the contract. From there, he signed with Maker Studios in December of 2012, and the rest is YouTube history.
I hate Machinima. Now, why do I hate Machinima? Well, now back in the day, when I was starting out making YouTube videos, I was doing obviously gaming. That was all I did. And the only way to earn revenue at this point was if you got partnered with YouTube directly, or if you got partnered with an MCN. Machinima was basically the only MCN that existed for gaming at that time, and YouTube wouldn't partner gaming channels. So basically, you were left with one option, and one option only, which was to partner up with Machinima.
Interesting that one of the biggest YouTubers on the planet had to lawyer up to escape his Machinima contract. But what did that mean for all the creators who couldn't lawyer up and didn't have enough subscriber pull to get enough money to lawyer up? So even if they made enough money to eventually hire a lawyer, it would take so much longer because they weren't getting 100% of their income and they were stuck forever. PewDiePie's escape became a kind of unofficial signal flare to other creators that if he can do it, maybe others can too. But the contracts weren't even the worst thing Machinima was doing, because in late 2013, Microsoft was getting ready to launch the Xbox One, and they needed a little buzz for this big release. So they hired an ad agency called Starcom MediaVest Group, and Starcom hired Machinima to run an influencer campaign. The deal is that Machinima would get its biggest creators to make videos about the Xbox One that looked normal and were just organic gaming content, even on the side of reviews and gameplay videos, the classic thing that Machinima was known for. The problem was that none of it was supposed to look like paid advertising, and none of the creators were supposed to tell their viewers that they were being paid, which if you don't know is a really bad thing that you're not supposed to do when getting a paid advertisement. Even on YouTube today, if you have a paid ad in the video, there's literally a setting you have to click to say, is there a paid promotion in this video? But Machinima wanted to keep that hidden to make it look organic. Tom Castle, who ran the channel The Syndicate Project, got paid $30,000 to make 2 YouTube videos about the Xbox One. Adam Dahlberg from Skyverse Gaming got paid $15,000. But oh no, my friends, that was just phase 1 of this launch, as there were many more phases Microsoft had planned that Machinima was going to sweep under the rug. After the console launch, Machinima opened up the campaign to its broader pool of creators. They offered $1 for every 1,000 views, up to $25,000 per creator. And over 300 videos got uploaded under this program, and over 30 million views totaled across the videos. Everyone missing the one basic disclosure that someone was being paid to say nice things about a product. And the kicker, Machinima's contract for the campaign specifically required that creators could not include any negative or disparaging remarks about Machinima, Xbox One, or the games that were being promoted. And of course, even if all of these creators did it organically on their own and just happened to love the Xbox One simultaneously, the amount of layering that was going on led to the FTC noticing right away as this not being a organic gaming content thing, and definitely a paid ad campaign. In September of 2015, the Federal Trade Commission filed charges against Machinima for deceptive advertising, failure to disclose compensation, and false and misleading representation that the videos reflected impartial opinions. Machinima settled, but the terms were pretty bad. The terms included 20 years of FTC override, 2 full decades during which the FTC could come back at any time and review Machinima's internal practices, and the company was required to implement a disclosure review process for every paid campaign, and that the FTC would conduct surprise re-reviews of paid content within 14 to 90 days of posting. Repeat violations or breaking of this settlement could trigger fines of over $1,000 per incident. What's amazing about this is Microsoft and Starcom got off scot-free with this. The FTC sent them a letter saying the violations were isolated incidents that happened in spite of and not because of, so they really didn't have any faults of this as it was just Machinima. So Machinima virtually ate the entire consequence, where Starcom and Microsoft got all the benefits of it. But that's not the only thing that was happening. You'd think running a network where you take a cut of creator about as much because it was kind of swept under the rug. They were also simultaneously uploading their partners' content to other video platforms without telling them, specifically a YouTube competitor called Blip TV, which if you couldn't notice would just be free money towards Machinima that the creators would not be getting, because they did own the content and likeness of the creator when signing the contract, so they could move their content to other websites to make more money. And for a while nobody seemed to notice, until Ross Scott noticed. Ross Scott is a creator of Freeman's Mind, the Half-Life Machinima series on the platform, and he eventually sued Machinima and called the workplace unethical and even predatory. Part of what he documented was that Machinima had been uploading his content to Blip without any of his knowledge and collecting all of the ad revenue, and of course, never giving him any of it. The moment he went public about it, though, is when the activity quietly stopped on Machinima's end. Ross Scott was one of the creators who happened to have the time to resolve and dig through all these receipts, but how many creators at the same time were having all their videos uploaded to Blip TV and getting so much money from them that they were never getting? By 2013 to 2014, Machinima's reputation was falling apart, and most creators began to share more stories about being stuck in bad deals, getting terrible CPMs, and some getting zero support from the network. The original brothers who bought the company got pushed out, and the company tried to sell itself in 2014, but couldn't. The company tried to run things around a new CEO, Chad Gusty, who positioned himself more as a human figure for creators, rather than just a middleman taking a cut. But by this time, the damage was already done, and the creators simply didn't trust Machinima anymore. Even Machinima's new CEO that they brought in, Chad Gusty, jumped into a 2014 Fortune interview where his defense was that every single company in the space had perpetual contracts. Which, sure, that's like kind of a defense, everyone's doing it so we're doing it, but you're a gaming company signing younger creators to have their gaming videos hosted while you weren't helping them do anything, when they could have just signed up for AdSense themselves. You see, the company had stopped being about helping creators and started about being and looking like they had a lot of creators. More signatures obviously meant a bigger network, and a bigger network obviously meant a higher valuation, and a higher valuation meant a better exit if the two owners were going to sell things off. Then they did sell in 2016 to Warner Brothers Digital Network, which bought Machinima for somewhere just under $100 million. So by the end of this, it was kind of easy to see what the original two brothers were trying to do with Machinima once it went public that anyone could sign up to AdSense in 2012. Sign as many creators as you can, get the highest evaluation, and then exit fast enough. But the bigger creators that found out the flaws, and other creators finding the money that Machinima was screaming off the top from them, they decided to try to plummet it as fast as possible. Warner Brothers wrote the check for Machinima, and then AT&T bought Warner. But then AT&T folded into Otter Media, and then Otter Media folded into Machinima, which is now Fullscreen. Each transition of this obviously meant fewer people inside the company who actually understood what Machinima was, who its creators were, or what the viewers were actually expecting from the platform. And then, in January 2019, something happened that proved every creator's worst fear about MCNs. You see, creators and fans found out that Machinima had set its entire YouTube library to private. Roughly 15 years of gaming videos, collabs, and original content gone overnight. This happened right after Machinima got picked up by Otter Media and folded into Fullscreen. A leaked letter from a Fullscreen exec, Bo Bryant, told partners that some Machinima staff would join Fullscreen, but gave zero info on what would happen to the creator contracts, and zero info on these archived videos that went private. Former creators called the purge a warning for every YouTuber on the platform. If you didn't have local backups of your own videos, they were basically gone. The view counts, the engagement, and even the ad revenue that those videos would have still made. Machinima didn't die because people hated it. Machinima died because the insiders hated it, because it was functioning as a completely normal gaming company that could actually help creators. But instead, they decided to sign 12 and 14-year-old kids to an infinite contract to own the $30 a month they would make, stacked up on thousands of channels. And the only people that were able to escape were the ones that A, had enough money to hire lawyers, or B, noticed things that were bad enough to go public about, and Machinima let them leave as a thank you for not leaking. Maker Studios started in 2009 as a group of YouTube creators, Shay Carl, Lisa Donovan, and a few others who decided to pool resources and build something together. And because of this being built by mostly YouTubers, it grew pretty fast. Within a couple of years, Maker was one of the biggest MCNs on YouTube, with thousands of partner channels and billions of monthly views. From the outside, Maker looked like the perfect success story, but from the inside, it sadly wasn't that. A common theme to these networks is that they seem to be allergic to actually paying their creators, and this wasn't just on stories about smaller creators, but actually about one of the Johnson, who at the time had more subscribers than anyone else on YouTube, fired off 2 tweets that pretty much broke the internet towards Maker Studios. In it, he says, "Yo Maker Studios, I left your company 2 months ago. Any time would be good to sign my AdSense account back over to me." 2 minutes later, he also stated, "Maker Studios holding a YouTube AdSense account hostage after you promised to sign it back over is bad for your business." For people who weren't on YouTube at this time, AdSense is basically the Google account that catches all of your ad revenue. So when one of the most subscribed creators on the platform publicly accuses your network of holding his ad revenue hostage, the entire creator economy at this point stops scrolling. But to understand why Ray would publicly call out his own MCN to his large audience, well, we have to go back a little bit. In October of 2012, Ray casually mentions in one of his daily videos that he's a maker.
"I'm filming this episode from my apartment. Now, in the near future, Equals 3 will no longer be part of the Maker Studios network, so I'm going to film here for a while. Even if I don't have the proper equipment at home, you know what? Even if I have to film butt-ass naked in a back alley, you guys are getting an episode, goddammit."
No details, no drama, just drops it and goes back to making jokes about viral videos like nothing's wrong, and the occasional N-word. Damn! And the occasional throwing a baby doll around.
"Hey, where the hell is my black baby?"
Maker's first response was to make a statement on their site called New Media Rockstars, where they claimed Ray was still part of the network. Quote, "This decline of ownership on Johnson's channel, it made sense for him to go back to producing the show himself, which is a pretty standard PR move to get ahead of the story, explain that he control decisions, and then just leave a little gap to use to control the whole narrative. As many people know Johnson today as the guy on TikTok who does true crime stories, but I think very few remember how this crime rate Johnson was back in the day, because let this jab slide. He came back saying he wasn't leaving because of ratings. He was leaving because Maker had suddenly demanded an ownership stake in his entire company. Then Ray fires off those tweets like I mentioned earlier, and he follows them up with a long email to LA Weekly and other outlets explaining everything. This is where the actual contract terms came out from this daily news saying Maker Studios, according to Ray, wanted 40% of his channel revenue back their production costs, and 50% of intellectual property, which is 3 in terms of you know, the shit was perfect window, opportunity-based business forever. Since Ray's exact words were, what that was 50% of intellectual property the rest of eternity, they weren't offering much in return. Ray obviously refused, and that's when retaliation towards his other projects started. Maker shut down production on an album for his popular Marshall, which made it known over the course of some for months. It's production itself. Ray described the whole thing as a bizarre innocent conscience. Maker was trying to get people signed up to its Ray, and Ray wouldn't stop refusing. Hell no, I'm ready. So Ray did Maker as a skill. He left the movie and started making his way to his apartment and correct. So LA, Maker still had control of his assets here. So 2 months after leaving the company, that's why Ray tweeted and still management account. What was it? Steve Harvey that Maker Studios CEO Dave Zappin had once gotten drunk and confessed to being a big felon. He was waiting for his record next month before he could reach the CEO of the company. Ray said he had no idea about this when he signed his interview, and a few days later, Zappin actually sent out company-wide letters with all the yes, it's all of your
I don't know.
so I heard hours of tweets from Ray. Ray talks to a screenshot. Well, not just a screenshot. I message screenshot. Himself with a text message reading, quote, "Your lack of integrity and character are sad. Keep it clear for all issues. More abundance, gossip,
All that stuff needs to be dealt with personally. I believe because it wasn't email, it was email to negotiate Ray's absence. Any guy who's never been accused of being the most professional guy, when he
sends text to Ray like that at 2 in the morning, it's because he's passionate. Danny takes things very personally.
By April of 2013, he was publicly tweeting about plans to sue because his contract had expired and they still hadn't returned the account. What's interesting about this is that same December 12th, the exact same month all of this was blowing up, Maker closed a $36 million funding round led by Time Warner Investments. So while the company was allegedly holding their biggest creators' ad revenue hostage, they were simultaneously raising tens of millions of dollars in venture funding. The bad press from the Ray situation didn't really slow them down. Didn't even cost them a deal. Didn't cost them anything. Man, it seems Maker Studios should really get that Danny guy out of the company. I mean, before they try to get acquired by a bigger company. Oh wait, they did. In 2013, co-founder and former CEO Danny Zappin sued Maker Studios and its board. The lawsuit said he'd been illegally removed from the company, that the board hid key info from him, and that directors used company equity in upcoming sales to expense of early shareholders and employees. People who built the thing were tearing each other apart over who would profit the most from selling it. And sell it they did, because in 2014, Disney bought Maker Studios in a deal worth up to $1 billion in earnings. Or just exiting the entire Disney wasn't as happy as the press release made it sound. Maker got revenge. And slowly was taken apart. Further creators said the post-sale company was less responsive and more corporate than this original YouTuber-made network. This scrappy creator energy just got replaced with Disney's brand safety machine, and a lot of creators felt like they were just numbers on a spreadsheet instead of actual creators. I mean, between the internal lawsuits and the copyright settlement and the slow corporate death under Disney, Maker Studios look how fast it is. Rise and fall. It's kind of like what a very popular around that by someone because it gets private equity in the company cuts costs, branded it doesn't make any sense, and tries to pass it off as the same thing once. The reality is just they want to compromise for profit that nobody has any interest in buying or joining. Media ran as a entertainment agency that signed into large creators across all different genres, including gaming, pop culture, and in 2020, publicly traded company purchased them and was trying to build a high forums, websites, and media properties. And for a while after that sale, it seemed fine. Creators got paid on time, the network worked, it was business as usual. But then the checks stopped coming in. And by late 2023 and into 2024, multiple creators started speaking out about delayed or missing payments from Omnia. Creators like comedian and YouTuber Louis Spears had sudden delays after years of normal payments.
I have been having my YouTube payments withheld for months without explanation in a severe breach of contract by my YouTube network, Omnia Media. And I'm not the only YouTube creator who is seemingly being scammed and stolen from by this company. And right now, I'm in a group chat with dozens of them that are owed in total at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I know of even more people outside of that group chat, and we are all getting ghosted. We are all having our money taken and withheld in a severe breach of the contract that we signed.
You see, Omnia was stretching its payment window from roughly 60 days to the absolute maximum 75-day period allowed in contracts, and in some cases blowing past even that deadline. Spears described having to cover medical expenses without the revenue he was expecting. Another creator, Memulus, waited way beyond 75 days for payments, despite putting out steady content the entire time. And in mid-2024, Memulus released a video exposing Omnia for the late payments, and the terrible communication around it. The video, of course, got lots of attention and forced the conversation into the hardworking patriots of Reddit threads.
For the last 6 or 7 months, I have been dealing with one of the most stressful situations I have ever managed to find myself in, and Omnia Media are a YouTube MCN owned by a company called Enthusiast Gaming. I'm in a particularly fortunate and uncommon situation where I'm not financially vulnerable. Losing the money was some of my days, so I'm now getting paid out 2.5 months after I typically would, and just straight up refusing to pay people on time. I believe in a good way for you that I am being scammed.
But then, Cognitive got involved. When he gets involved, Rona's too much every time. Posted on Twitter asking creators who hadn't been paid by Omnia to come forward and contact him. Shane Roberts, who runs the channel Anything for Views. Anything for Views reported that Omnia paid $1,000 for November of 2023. and then for $100,000 in December, $180,000 in 2 months in jail. Wait, I think this is a very cautionary tale. You're not finding yourself
Rằng là cái này là
on their website. They advertise
quên cái biết quên cái đó. Câu cửa miệng của mấy sách là cái thằng biết của ông biết rồi.
7,000 subscribers for saying for opportunities for so long they become extremely motivated themselves to content. So what happens on the averages is total? Well, in August of 2025, Disney announced that it was selling Omnia and its sister property Luminosity to another company called Vertical Studios, and the deal closed on September 2nd of 2025. The price? $900,000 Canadian dollars. Eventually, several creators ended their contracts, some of them still waiting for their money that they were owed. Broadband TV, or BBTV, was based out of Vancouver, Canada, and became one of the biggest MCNs on the planet for the time. What was different from them is they had built a full media tech company running content management, monetization, and within this they also had sub-networks too, including a gaming-focused one called TGN. Here's what's interesting about TGN. It was the gaming network under BBTV and offered creators a standard revenue split of 60-40. Creator keeps 60 and TGN gets 40. And at the time, for a small gaming channel, that felt pretty reasonable. You'd get monetization, but also copyright protection, and someone else handling business while you could just focus on the content. For a small creator, this was really helpful. But what a lot of creators didn't figure out until later was that the 40% TGN took wasn't the whole picture. The problem with TGN that not many people are talking about wasn't the revenue split. It was that the revenue split you got virtually nothing for, and TGN was kind of double dipping because you weren't getting anything. Because we have to remember that YouTube does take a cut of your ad revenue, whether you're in an MCN or not. So when YouTube takes your ad revenue out, and then TGN takes your ad revenue out, you're basically left with nothing. Because if you make $100 and then YouTube takes their cut, and then TGN takes their 40% cut, you're left with, yes, 60% from TGN, but they also have to subtract the YouTube cut that was taken out. So for a small to mid-sized channel that isn't getting anything from TGN because you're small, because you have to TGN growing videos well, so TGN, you're getting virtually nothing. A more known case of TV standards creators effectively declined in H3 in early 2023, declined from H3 production to other things with BBTV, upholding that roughly $620,000 in membership revenue from H3 audience. It's a contract with the podcast with the all revenue classified revenue, which is only from YouTube itself. BBTV was only supposed to be a cut of third-party sponsorship that was brought in. First, we had our ads. The only way to get that money was here. How do you send it to me? Well, let's see at first. I got it. So, and when you can legit right now, it's hard to tell. $620,000 in that piece, right? That's just what we can tell. From specifically network line segments did reclassify channel memberships as other net revenue instead of total net revenue. In that one change, though, to give 30% cut of membership money just like that. Examples were public this included the indication document that the prosecutors tweets and have them become pressure to continue to decline and bring millions of subscribers on the almost got 620. Why continue with revenue reclassification? Because having a smaller crews and having audience resources to fight back. Other BBTV partners like YouTuber combos raised concerns about delayed payouts as well and changing payment terms around the same time. There's an old saying, "Hope the business is perfect. If you can't spot the sucker at the table, you're the sucker." It's a little different from the companies more traditional MCN by any means, but they started in 2015 production company the series things like Red vs. Blue, and over time they grew to multiple YouTube channels, podcasts, and even live events, innovations like RWBY, merchandise, and even conventions. But the way they ran had a lot in common with typical MCNs. Multiple shows and personalities all under one brand, revenue flowing through one company, and creators building audiences that technically belong to the network and not the individual. For years, Rooster Teeth was one of the most loved companies in online entertainment. The community around it was massive. People practically grew up watching their content. Achievement Hunters, Funhouse, the podcast network, the animation side, it felt like family. It wasn't. In October of 2022, a former employee named Kaden Jensen published a long blog post that ripped the door off what was actually happening inside Rooster Teeth. She described years of harassment, years of being underpaid, and being routinely called homophobic slurs as a nickname in the office. And when she brought it up to management, they told her to just quit if she didn't like it. She also said she was never paid for early voice acting, including her role as May Marigold in RWBY, and that she stayed underpaid until late 2020 despite heavy workloads. But Jensen's post wasn't the first crack, because earlier problems had already started to bleed through. Ryan Haywood from the Achievement Hunter was fired after allegations of inappropriate behavior with online fans. Adam Kovic from Funhouse faced similar allegations around the same time. According to the fans, she saw that Rooster Teeth members had made Snapchat accounts, and she proceeded to add all of them and just send a photo of herself. And it didn't take long for Haywood to reach out and start getting a little frisky in the messages, which read, "Woman, that's an unexpected treat. I certainly haven't forgotten how much fun we had that weekend." Well, you'd be a fool to forget. You're welcome. Very true. Shame RTX Australia ended. I have to find another excuse to visit you. I'm sure there's many things you could swing to come back. Did you ever tell anyone? Never. Did you? My friend was with me there, so obviously she knew. That's how far it went. Thanks. I appreciate you keeping it to yourself. My bro watches the Achievement Hunter stuff from time to time, and I just giggle and walk away. Of course. No need to thank me, or ruin our fun thing. Agreed. Hopefully I make it back there before another guy steals you away. I'm not planning on being stolen. Do I get a reward for being a good little... Come on, bro. I'm not reading that part. You think I'm gonna fucking read that part? Do I get a reward for being a good little girl? Certainly. What can I do for you, gorgeous? A reminder of what I'm missing? I deleted a lot of the other periods when I got with the last incident. I think that can arrange after my stream tonight. Could you fucking imagine being on live stream, messaging a girl that you know, of course, because you're famous, and after stream you're like, oh yeah, that's so two big on-camera names from the Rooster Teeth's biggest shows, both were gone.
permission to comment, but what about so-and-so who with Interscope Records to create the iconic radio station soundtrack that they've become known for with the last two games. In San Andreas, there are 11 different radio stations with 20 different DJs across them, with several iconic voices gracing the mic, like Axl Rose, Chuck D, and George Clinton. They put in 3 times the tracks as the last two games, and even more in-universe commercials to play on the air. Another thing that they've become known for over the years, Vice City had one of the best soundtracks in the whole series, but honestly, San Andreas has to take the crown from me. They have even more variety of genres, and the music feels even more appropriate than 80s Miami did, with the likes of Tupac, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube, Cypress Hill, and several more for hip-hop in the city, Willie Nelson, Hank Williams, Loretta Lynn, and Eddie Rabbitt for the country station, with a handful of rock stations featuring Kiss, Leonard Skinner, Guns N' Roses, Ozzy Osbourne, and Rage Against the Machine. They had R&B stations, reggae, house music, and even a dedicated station just for talk radio, with several different talking segments fully voice acted and in-depth, like The Tight End Zone, a sports broadcast that just barely talks about sports. The radio in this game is just next level. Every single station is fully dynamic. Even in future games, they mix in loops of audio based with dynamic broadcasts. They even went as far as to make the radio sound different depending on which car you're in. Like if you're in a closed interior, the radio sounds better, while driving a convertible or a motorcycle changes the audio quality. And when customizing cars, you can boost the car's stereo system, making the bass boom even harder. There are 155 different songs in this game, and damn near everyone is catchy, having you sing along while you cruise down the streets of Los Santos. And even CJ can't help but sing along to the songs after he hears them as well.
Move your body, move your body.
With all that being said, let's get into the meat of this game. Really dive into the story and see what San Andreas had to offer to the franchise as far as storytelling goes. Spoilers for the entire game ahead, so if you haven't played the game for whatever reason, or just aren't interested in a story recap, maybe just skip this section of the video. In October of 2005, Rockstar released a special edition of the game on the PlayStation 2, which included a documentary film about a lowrider club in Compton, the game's soundtrack, and also included a 21-minute long in-game movie called The Introduction, which gives background to the game's plot. It goes over a ton of scenes with many characters leading up to the beginning moments of the game. I will reference some scenes from the movie as I go over the plot, and some of it is only worth knowing once you know what they are referencing. What the movie does touch on is what protagonist CJ is up to prior to the events of the game. CJ was a member of the Grove Street family gang in Los Santos. In 1987, CJ's brother Brian died from unknown reasons, but it's clear that his death brought some attention to Grove Street, and CJ's other brother, Sweet, seemingly blaming CJ for Brian's death. So CJ decides to leave and go live in Liberty City to use his talents of crime there, mainly robbery and carjacking under Joey Leone. Sweet is seen hanging out with other members of Grove Street during this time. CJ's gone, and he says that he lost 2 brothers that day. Brian died, and CJ went to run around on the East Coast like a fool, plainly stating that he and CJ are not speaking.
CJ running around like a fool on the East Coast. He can run here for all I give a fuck.
In between scenes of various characters in the movie, there are shots of a green car called the Sabre cruising around the streets of Los Santos, until it finally creeps down Grove Street, and Ballas from inside the car opens fire in a drive-by shooting of the Johnson house before speeding away. Sweet and Kendall both rush into the house, with Sweet getting in first and finding his mother dead from the shooting, and stopping Kendall from going inside and witnessing that. As sirens approach and Kendall is crying on the front porch, Sweet calls his brother CJ for the first time in years and tells him the news, saying he thinks CJ should come home, giving us the opening lines that we hear in the game as CJ bows his head.
CJ, it's your brother. Okay, what you want? I think you better come home. It's about mama. She's dead, bro.
So, CJ flies into San Andreas, and once he's off the plane, he gets pulled over on the cab ride home by officers Tenpenny, Pulaski, and Hernandez. They knew Carl was coming in due to the death of his mom, and they immediately start working their corruption on him, taking his cash and saying they found a gun on him, which was just used to kill a police officer 10 minutes prior to his arrest. That dead police police officer is an Officer Pendlebury, shown in the movie The Introduction to be gunned down by Officer Hernandez under Tenpenny's order because he was going to internal affairs with the crash unit's business. But Tenpenny has no intention of bringing CJ in for this crime. They are simply strong-arming him and showing him that they are the ones that run the city, and showing us, the player, that they are some corrupt sons of bitches. But most importantly, blackmailing CJ in order to use him later on. They eventually toss CJ out of the car in the middle of Ballast turf to make him pedal home on a bicycle.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Once back in Grove Street, CJ goes into his family home and gets flashbacks of growing up there, getting overwhelmed with memories before friend of the family Big Smoke comes out of the kitchen with a baseball bat ready to smack the intruder.
You picked the wrong house, fool!
Hey, Big Smoke! It's me, Carl! Chill!
From here, CJ and Big Smoke head to the graveyard to meet with Sweet, Kendall, and Ryder. Kendall is happy to see her brother, but Sweet immediately starts arguing with CJ. But as they leave, they are shot at by a passing Ballast car, and they have to make their way back home to the Grove Street on bikes. CJ is realizing just how much Grove Street has fallen since he left. Other families from the Grove Street set have left the gang and formed their own thing. The Seville Boulevard gang and Temple Drive gang are no longer part of the Grove Street family. And with this loss in power, the Ballas and the Vagos have been able to move more and more into their turf and sell drugs and run the streets. I mean, Ryder can't even stick up the local pizza joint without being out-muscled by the minimum wage staff there. Grove Street is becoming a joke. Seeing the state of the gang and wanting to get back at who killed his mother, CJ decides to stick around and help the family. And even if he wanted to leave, Tenpenny and his goons have instructed Carl not to leave. It starts off small time, easing CJ back into the street life of Los Santos. He covers up Ballas tags in a few different neighborhoods, beats up some crack dealers, buys some guns from an arms dealer, and even gets into a few small shootouts with some Ballas when trying to get some food. CJ and the crew also go on the offensive a bit with their new guns and roll through Ballas territory doing drive-bys, and CJ ends up getting into a shootout with a former Grove Street set on Seville Boulevard, after Sweet gets ambushed when picking up his girl in the neighborhood. Things also start to heat up a little bit. Ryder brings CJ in on his new ventures of robbery and home invasions. They rob some prepper dude with tons of guns stashed in his house. They loot a train that presumably has ammunitions or explosives of some kind on board, and even taking down a National Guard depot for crates of assault rifles. Big Smoke also has some work for CJ. They ride to Vago's hood and beat up a couple gangsters there. They also go to a train station to break up some kind of deal between the Vagos and the Rifus gang in San Fierro, and they end up with one of the most notorious missions of having CJ just simply follow a train.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
And they even get into a squabble with the Russian mafia. Big Smoke was in some deep shit at this point, and also, it seems like every time you showed up at his door, Tenpenny was there paying him a visit.
Asshole.
And it's not just the main crew that you do work with, though. You also follow Kendall to meet up with her boyfriend Caesar, the leader of the gang called the Varios Los Aztecas. You gain some respect with him by winning the lowrider competition. Even though CJ is hostile to him when they meet, Caesar keeps the peace because he loves Kendall. Caesar becomes one of CJ's most loyal allies throughout the game, but for now, he just meets up with them when there's a racing time, because Caesar just likes racing cars, honestly. Another character that you work with is a guy named Jeffrey.
Hey man, it's OG, no, call me OG, no!
He's just getting out of jail, and he decides that he wants to be a gangster rapper named OG Loc. You start helping him by killing a prisoner that he was locked up with named Freddy, who presumably did some sexual stuff with OG Loc when they were locked up. But CJ also does a lot to help OG Loc with his Jeffrey.
Hey man, it's OG Loc, homie. OG Loc.
He's just getting out of jail and he decides that he wants to be a gangster rapper named OG Loc. You start helping him by killing a prisoner that he was locked up with named Freddy, who presumably did some sexual stuff with OG Loc when they were locked up. But CJ also does a lot to help OG Loc with his rap career. He steals a sound van from a beach party so OG Loc can throw his own party in Grove Street. He sneaks into famous rapper Mad Dog's mansion to steal his rhyme book to give to OG Loc for some better material to make hits, and kidnap and kill Mad Dog's manager because he was blocking OG Loc from making it in the hip-hop industry. And with all this material and free reign, OG Loc throws his party on Grove Street and CJ protects it from the Ballas trying to attack. All this good work being done for the gang is halted for a while when Officer Tenpenny starts reaching out to CJ and making him do some tasks for them.
Hey, don't try to hit me up with that ghetto babble, boy.
Officer Tenpenny, how you get my number?
Ways and means, you piece of shit.
They ask CJ to kill some Vagos gang member by burning down his building with him inside, and this also means that other people are inside too, like a girl named Denise, who Carl saves from the burning building that he caused, and in turn, she turns into a girlfriend that CJ can bring on dates. They also get CJ to break up an arms deal between the Ballas and the Russian Mafia by killing the arms dealer there. All of CJ's action in Los Santos is really starting to amp up the Ballas, as Grove Street is back on the rise with all this movement, and the Ballas' business is being affected. And seeing this, Sweet decides he needs to lay into the Ballas even harder. He gets CJ to ride to Glen Park, one of the main neighborhoods of Ballas territory, and kill a former Grove Street member named Little Weasel that switches sides over to the Ballas. CJ does this solo to earn his stripes, as Sweet says, and prove himself to the Grove Street family once and for all. They double down even further after this takeover by ambushing Little Weasel's funeral and killing the leader of the Front Yard Ballas, a guy named Kane, creating a strong sense of camaraderie in Grove Street, but also igniting a full-blown gang war. Sweet decides it's time to reunite the families of Grove Street, to strengthen their numbers even more, and take down the Ballas once and for all. But during this meetup, LSPD SWAT raids the motel building, and CJ and his crew have to fight their way out of the building and back to Grove Street, nearly being taken out by helicopters, almost sending themselves flying off into a car onto the freeway.
That's gonna be a hell of a story to tell when we pass.
The interruption from the cops wasn't enough to stop the papers. Plenty of guns to spare, it's time to take them all to the Ballas. On the way to the meeting where CJ gets called by Caesar, and he tells him that he has something he has to see first, and he can't tell him. So he takes a 5-minute detour to see what he has to show. Caesar and CJ sit in the car outside a garage and scope out the spot. And soon you see some Ballas coming out of some doors in the garage, and CJ doesn't really care too much. But right behind these Ballas are none other than Ryder and Big Smoke, two of Grove Street's most respected members. That's not all. Once the garage is open, the car inside is the infamous green Sabre that was used in the drive-by to kill CJ's mom. And even more, Officer Tenpenny and Lasky walk out as well. Some big-time corruption is happening here, and only Grove Street is suffering under collaboration. And with this information, CJ remembers where to use Heckman to begin, or where likely Sweet already is. Seeing that the Ballas and Tenpenny are working together, and Ryder and Big Smoke have snitched on what Grove Street is doing, CJ realizes that Sweet is walking into the ambush, and rushes over to try to save his brother. He gets there a little too late. Sweet being shot, and Ballas outnumbering the Grove Street families by quite a lot. But luckily, CJ has that dog.
Come on! I'm taking you! You hear me? I'm taking you! Whoa, damn, bitches!
Killing the Ballas was just enough to stop them from killing Sweet and himself. But once the police show up, both CJ and his brother get arrested. Better than getting murdered in a parking lot, I guess. Sweet gets taken to a prison hospital, but CJ gets kidnapped by the crash unit and taken out to the country, a small town called Angel Pine in Whetstone County.
Middle of fucking nowhere. Nice.
Getting blackmailed even further into doing their bidding and being told not to go back to Los Santos and do not try to kill Big Smoke either.
Street loyalty? That's all bullshit, Carl. Did you learn that when they ran you out of town just because you let Brian die? Huh? Hey, I can't deal with this guy. He's an idiot. Get this fucker out. No, officer. For once, let's let the kid do something good with his rest of his life. He's gonna help us fight against crime. Right, Carl?
Yeah, by any means necessary.
Now you stay the fuck away from Smoke, and stay the fuck away from us. Otherwise, Sweet's gonna find himself on a baller's block, getting in touch with his feminine side.
Being stuck in the country with his hands tied behind his back, CJ is forced to comply with Tenpenny's blackmail for the safety of his brother and himself. The first thing he has to do is take out an informant that is going to snitch on Tenpenny and his crash unit to the FBI. He's being guarded up the mountains under witness protection, and CJ has to get up there and kill him, and also photograph his body to get proof to Tenpenny that he's dead. It's no surprise though that CJ is not going to lay down and take it from Tenpenny. He gets a call from Caesar who tells him that he and Kendall are safe, and also that he has a cousin that lives up in the country just a couple towns over. He tells CJ to meet up with them and start making his moves. CJ also gets a call from Sweet, who's laid up to prison infirmary, so the state of things does not sound good at all. So CJ is motivated to get him out of there as soon as possible. CJ goes to the bar up in Red County to meet Caesar's cousin, and it's immediate chaos once he walks in. And the way CJ yells, "Holy shit," will never not make him laugh. The cousin that Caesar was referring to on the phone, and CJ is not so pleased with him.
Oh my goodness, thanks, Caesar.
Fans of the series may recognize Captain as the main antagonist of the round. Or know that Caesar believes he's dead and later joining the group. Catalina has a plan for all kinds of different cities to make it together. She lists them all out to CJ, and you get to choose which ones to do and whatever goes. The first job they do is stealing a whole tanker truck of gas. Catalina originally tried to rob the gas station, but they were protected by Max Payne. So she instead runs around the back and has CJ steal the tanker truck. So they hijack the truck and bring it over to the storage yard where someone happily buys it. Soon after this, CJ gets a call from a man named Drew, who is his mutual contact and in turn has a job. A job that CJ has to do now since Tenpenny still has all the advice. CJ meets with Drew and Tenpenny himself. And Tenpenny needs Carl to help Drew in providing him with the atomic means that he can use it to frame someone that he can take down. So CJ's not very pleased here because he's being used as a soldier to get another person that he doesn't know. And also Tenpenny is making him buy all this weed that needs to be thrown to use it as a weapon. So CJ's out is free will and also a lot of money.
Fuck that mean. Later, freak.
The first thing CJ has to do is steal a combine harvester from some farm in the hills and bring it back to the Trutz farm so that he can harvest his crops faster. Once CJ delivers the harvester, he gets a call from Caesar. The Ballas, along with Crash and Big Smoke and Ryder, have cornered the market in Los Santos. Taking out Sweet and CJ means that Grove Street is back to being without any power, letting the Ballas run the city without competition. Caesar's gang is also disbanded, being bought out by the Ballas with the price being put on not only his head, but also Kendall's. So CJ tells him and Kendall to both get out to Angel Pine and lay low within the country.
No, just get my sister out of town someplace safe. Don't shit with me on this one. I can't lose her, man. You're dead on.
CJ meets up with them once they get there, and Caesar is pissed, obviously. He wants to head back to Los Santos and start killing everyone. But CJ and Kendall convince him to lay low. Here, CJ also shows a little loyalty still for Big Smoke. He knows that he set him and his brother up, but he refuses to believe that Big Smoke is a rat. But Caesar knows for sure that he is, since he bought him a house, and he's collaborating with all these big gangs in San Andreas. It's not long after meeting with Caesar and his sister that he gets an angry call from Catalina to get back to work with her. It's clear that his relationship with CJ and Catalina has turned into something romantic, possibly against CJ's will. But who knows? Maybe he's into the violence of a beautiful Latina.
Yeah, and I'll take you to rob banks and shit. And, you know, I'll let you kill anyone you want to kill. I'm gonna treat you right, baby. Shit, just, come on, just please don't shoot.
Carl, I think I love you.
Shit, that's great. Cool. Yeah, fantastic. Shit, all that, wanna go rob some shit, man?
First job I did was is robbing a bank in Palomino Creek. It's a simple enough job, but you have to kill a few country cops on your escape back to Catalina's cabin. The next day you meet up for a job in Blueberry of robbing a liquor store. And it starts off as usual with Catalina being a crazy broad at her cabin.
Oh my god! What in hell's name is that? Ow! Hey! Ooh! Ah!
How was it?
Different.
I knew you would like it.
Showing up to the liquor store, though, it's already robbed by some hillbillies before you get there. So you chase down the robbers and take the cash back for yourselves. And for whatever reason, Catalina is pissed at CJ by the time they get back.
Carl, you have much to learn about the female heart. Come and see me again when you think you understand. Goodbye.
And the next day before the next job, it's not much better. So they head to a track betting shop from Montgomery into Ron's job as strictly business partners. It's a simple enough job. CJ blows the safes open with C4 that Catalina for some reason has, and they make a break for it. And back at the cabin, it's still strictly business. CJ gets his cut in the two-part ways. I feel like in the span of 3 days, they went through like a 5-year relationship. Caesar gives CJ a call, and he's been snooping around trying to make some money as well out in the sticks. And he found out about some racing that's going on. And he gets CJ to show up and make some bank, just like he did with the lowrider races in Los Santos. At the race, CJ and Caesar meet with the organizer, a guy named Woozy Moo, and join in for the race. There is also a familiar face in the background of this cutscene, none other than Twan, the protagonist from GTA 3. CJ, of course, wins the race, and Woozy is impressed with his skill. Not only giving him his cash winnings, but also a business card and instructions to reach out to him if he ever finds himself in San Fierro. The next race, CJ runs into crazy Catalina once again, who still has plenty of hostility to CJ for breaking her heart for whatever reason, breaking the headlights on CJ's car. But she moves on fast. Turns out she's already dating Claude, that we briefly saw last mission. She then challenges CJ to a race after trying to make him jealous by hugging up on Claude in front of him. And meanwhile, Claude looks terrified, and rightly so. CJ wins the race, and instead of cash, Catalina gives him the key to the garage in San Fierro, as Claude can't lose his car because they are headed to Liberty City, and we all know what happens there.
Sorry, babe. I'm an ambitious girl. It's a small time.
So for now, it's goodbye to Catalina, but for some reason, I feel like it's not the last time that we will hear from her. Later on, CJ gets a call from Truth, the lead pretend that he's ready in just in time as CJ is finished up with all these robberies and races in order to pay for it. He meets up with the Truth on his farm and gives him the cash in exchange for a van lovingly called the Mothership with 3 tons of clean instructions. Just before they hear helicopters approaching the farm.
Damn, man, there must be 2 tons of that stuff back there.
What the fuck's that noise?
Hey, that sound like a chopper.
Oh, man. Narcs.
Truth and CJ run around the farm and burn the weed plants that are left there before the cops arrive on the ground. And then Truth tells CJ he just so happens to have an RPG in the van that he's been saving for a rainy day. So he uses that to take out the chopper and drive the van away. CJ decides to head to San Fierro since his cover is blown in the countryside. He calls Caesar and Kendall and tells them to meet him at a garage that he won in the races. And he drives the Mothership with Truth there as well. Arriving at the garage, it's time for CJ to start making some big moves and make strong alliances in order to get Sweets out of jail and to get power back to Grove units. But they're even further from Los Santos than they were before. It's going to take much work, especially since the garage that he just won is a massive piece of shit.
What the fuck? That you asshole?
San Fierro starts off rough. CJ is stressed because he doesn't know what to do with the place. With Caesar, Kendall, and Truth all in his back and offered it. Truth gives CJ the names of some mechanics in the area that he can recruit into the garage to get a business going. These 2 guys are also familiar faces from a prior GTA game, Jethro and Wayne. They used to work out previews in Vice City until the mob bought the place out. So they moved to San Andreas to start new endeavors. After picking up the 2 mechanics, Truth also gets CJ to pick up a guy named Zero, an electronics expert that runs an RC shop in town. So with the garage staff essentially doubled, it's time to start getting some money into the shop. Kendall approaches CJ with the idea to buy properties in the area once he gets some cash flow and turns the big businesses into a way to get back on top. The perfect timing as well, as Zero CJ up into doing some jobs for Zero. He helped him with his rivalry with RC10 guy named Bert that is competing for his business. He defends his rooftop from RC planes dropping bombs on his satellite dishes. He takes out Bert with those great drivers with RC plane himself, and finally he helps Zero in a full-on RC war that results in the loser having to leave home. A big contrast to the typical gangster stuff that CJ does.
Berkeley, you, sir, are a loser. Leave the field of battle and chief. Pack up your crummy mail order business and get out of my town.
It's not long before Officer Ted Benny gets in contact with CJ. He calls him up and starts barking orders as usual. He wants that lead that he got from the search between planes and getting district attorney's car. He's been on Crash's ass and Ted Benny needs to take them in the picture. CJ disguises himself as a valet driver in order to get the DA's car. He takes it to the garage in order to plant the drugs in the trunk and then brings it back to the hotel where the DA is staying, and then he calls a crime hotline to report the drugs in the trunk, getting the DA arrested.
You gotta have a Mexico in here. Must be 2 tons of Mary here.
What? But I've never seen. How could it be? Hell of a defense you got there, buddy.
Later on, Ted Benny and Pulaski come around the garage in person and have another job for CJ, to take out a journalist and a reporter that have been posting things not to their liking. So, obviously, they just gotta die. The next day at the garage, Kendall tells CJ that the construction workers behind the garage have been harassing him over and over. So he heads up there to not only destroy the site, but also bury the foreman in his own porta potty under freshly poured concrete. Meanwhile, Caesar's been keeping pretty busy with the happenings of Los Santos by not only calling CJ whenever he gets word of a drug smuggler running crack for Big Smoke that CJ can hunt down and kill, but also he gets information on the suppliers of the drugs to Big Smoke and the Ballers. They track down the members of this drug supply organization at a meetup. CJ scopes out and takes pictures of Ryder and a few other guys having a meeting at the Clucking Bell. One of the guys' name is Tito Mendez. Caesar recognizes him, but the other two are some white guy in a suit and a guy who is obviously a pimp, but they don't know their names yet. Not long after, Woozy shows up in CJ's garage to say what's up, and CJ asks if he recognizes any of these men in the picture. They don't know the white guy, but they do know that he is in charge. But they do know T-Bone Mendez as the muscle, and they also know the pimp, named Jizzy B, who helps set up the deals between multiple parties. So CJ decides to get into this drug syndicate by going through Jizzy. He heads down to the club that he owns, and he decides to introduce himself to Jizzy and offer to work for him.
I heard you was the man with the hookup, and you was the man I needed to see.
So Jizzy puts CJ to work. He has him take out some rival pimps in the city and also take down a client that's been beating up his girls. And the next day at the club, CJ helps both Jizzy and T-Bone take down a couple of thieves who ambushed one of their drug vans and stole their product. CJ also gets roped into helping out the last man in the syndicate that wasn't named. It's a guy named Mike Torino. He calls T-Bone and tells him that he's been kidnapped by the same crew that stole the drugs the prior day, and CJ has to head to the airport and take them out and save Mike before they are able to escape. Mike is naturally a suspicious guy, so as CJ is driving them back to Jizzy's club, he has T-Bone search CJ's wallet to find out that his name is Carl Johnson and that he is from Los Santos. And they don't really say anything else, but obviously this is an issue if Mike brings that name up to Ryder or Big Smoke. The next day, Jizzy calls CJ and asks him to help T-Bone and Torino and meet them in a car down by a gas station. Once CJ gets there, he's ambushed by T-Bone in the back seat, who accuses CJ of working for someone else. But he convinces T-Bone that he's simply just working for some money, and they get onto the job at hand, which is escort the drug van through some roadblocks of more people trying to steal from them. And this is where the drug syndicate missions kind of chill out for a bit, and CJ starts to do some work for his new friend, Woozy. CJ goes to Woozy and learns from one of his henchmen that he is in fact blind, something Carl wasn't able to figure out before. I mean, Woozy was racing cars a few weeks ago. Woozy also reintroduces himself to CJ as the boss of the Mountain Cloud Boys, a triad gang, as CJ is testing to see if he is actually blind. Woozy has a few jobs for CJ around San Fierro. He rides with Woozy to a meetup and protects him from an ambush of a rival triad gang. He helps a leader of another allied triad gang named Ran Fa Li by stealing packages and distracting the common enemy that he has with Woozy, the Da Nang boys. CJ also bugs the ship of the Da Nang, and as a result finds out the leader leader of this gang is called the Snakehead, and he is arriving to San Fierro on a freighter ship, with refugees held captive on board as well. So Woozy has CJ infiltrate this cargo ship and kill the leader of the Da Nang, and also free the slaves on the ship, cementing a very solid relationship with Woozy, a strong ally to have in San Andreas. And this relationship pays off very quickly, as Woozy informs CJ of a meeting between the drug syndicates and the Ballas that CJ can ambush and take out all of them. And Woozy also has his men go in to help them out as well. But in order to find the location, he has to get Jizzy B's phone. So the best way to do that is to obviously go to the club and kill him for it. CJ does make it a point to sneak into the club and not just shoot the place up, but once inside, that's what it boils down to anyway, as he takes too long to just kill Jizzy.
Oh, what y'all waiting on, huh? Somebody tap this nigga, man.
But he chases him down through San Fierro and gets the phone either way. He finds out the meetup is going to be at Pier 69, so he and Caesar meet up there along with some of Woozy's triads in order to kill all the Ballas and the Loco Syndicate that is there, including T-Bone and the Grove Street family member, Ryder. Torino was also supposed to be there, but he comes in by helicopter and sees some dead bodies on the roof, so they retreat before landing. So CJ and Caesar move in and shoot their way through the men there, killing T-Bone together with automatic fire and sending him off the pier into the water. Ryder tries to escape by jumping into the water and stealing a boat, but CJ runs him down and blows the boat up. Kind of an unceremonious kill for someone that CJ has known for years. He gets no special cutscene or anything. I mean, T-Bone had a more monumental death than Ryder did. The next day, Woozy calls CJ with information on Torino loading up a helicopter with supplies and making a break for it. So CJ heads down to the helipad downtown and chases the chopper down until blowing it up, surely killing the last man of the drug syndicates inside. And the next mission makes sure that they are done for good, as CJ goes to their warehouse where they're making the crack and blows the whole thing up, drugs and all, cutting off Big Smoke's suppliers, leaving him open for the taking once he gets back to Los Santos. And after doing all of this, CJ gets a call from an unknown person using a voice disguiser, telling him to meet him at a ranch in Boone County. He says he has information on his brother Sweet, and it is very important. But before CJ heads out of San Fierro, he decides to help Caesar, Kendall, and the rest of the shop get business flowing smoothly to keep a steady cash flow and to set up Kendall and Caesar for the future as business owners. They buy a car showroom across the street from the garage and run it like Sunshine Autos in Vice City. Steal cars on their clients' wish list to flip them and sell them. So CJ does various jobs, stealing cars from rival dealerships, random civilians using spike strips, and even from the shipping docks as cars are coming into port. Eventually, the garage and the showroom are successful businesses, and CJ moves on to the next chapter. So after he sets up San Fierro for good, CJ goes to meet up with this stranger on the phone to see what he knows about his brother. So, CJ pulls up to this farmhouse outside of San Fierro, and the same disguised voice greets him in the garage. Before giving him any information on his brother or why he called him there in the first place, the stranger first has CJ complete a challenge to see what he's made of.
What does it look like I'm made of? Pudding?
It's a simple checkpoint race, only it's in a big-ass monster truck for whatever reason. Style points, I guess. And once CJ returns, he is able to meet the one and only Mike Torino, back from the dead. CJ thinks that Torino is there to kill him, but instead he needs his help. Torino explains that he was in a drug smuggling syndicate in order for the government agency he works for to get a deeper connection into Latin America and to fund their operations there. Torino tells CJ that he needs a guy like him to do stuff that he can't get caught doing. For starters, he has CJ hijack a tanker truck full of fuel along with the help of his friend Caesar. The next day, though, CJ confronts Torino about this information that he may have on his brother, Sweet. Torino says he knows exactly where Sweet is, which prison he's in, which block of the prison, and even the precise cell number. And he knows the people that are in the cells next to Sweet as well. He has full tabs on him.
Sweet's just fine. He gets touched. A prison guard goes home and finds that his wife and kid have been murdered. Everything's under control.
Torino also tells CJ about Tenpenny and Pulaski being corrupt officers, and that he knows about Officer Pendlebury that they killed off and attempted to frame CJ with from the beginning of the game. Torino assures CJ that he knows just about everything, and also that as long as CJ helps him out, Sweet is as safe as can be. So So for now, CJ does some more work for Torino. The next job he has CJ head out to the desert and protect a helicopter delivery of some nondescript contraband, shooting down other helicopters coming in and trying to take out the delivery, and then retrieving the package and delivering it safe to a hideout. Next, he has CJ buy an old airstrip out in the desert and has him take some flying lessons out there to get CJ acquainted with all sorts of flying machines. A not too subtle hint as to what the next missions will entail for Torino. Once CJ's all certified to fly, Torino has him fly some equipment out to his agents that are in trouble somewhere in the forest, so CJ has to not only fly across the map with these supplies, but also he has to stay below radar level, flying very close to the ground, which gets annoying when going into forested areas. The next day, a rival agency to whatever agency Torino is with arrives to the airstrip and starts loading up a cargo plane with stolen landmines that they plan to drop off in some Middle Eastern country to arm a war that's going on there. And Torino wants the plane stopped, as in he wants CJ to hop on this plane as it's taking off, kill all the agents on board, and then blow the plane up and skydive down to safety like some sort of secret agent. CJ has come a long way since Grove Street. From here, though, Torino lays low for a while. Or at least he doesn't reach out to CJ for any more work. But at least CJ knows that he's looking after Sweets and he's safe for now. While he's out here doing work in the desert, though, he gets some calls from some other old friends. Both Uzi and Truth reach out to him. Uzi calls up CJ about an exciting new business venture in Las Venturas and wants CJ to meet him at the Four Dragons Casino when he can. As far as Truth, though, Truth is getting into some shit. He's been seeing government agents roaming around and CJ talking to Torino, and he's been keeping clear. But now that Torino is gone, he wants to have CJ help him out with some of his endeavors. And some serious endeavors they are. For starters, he has CJ break into Area 69 and steal the secret black project that they are working on. So CJ runs into this GTA version of Area 51, gunning down tons of soldiers as he gets into the depths of this facility, and then he steals the secret project, which turns out to be a freaking jetpack.
Oh, shit! Oh. The new age begins here.
The next day, Truth has another chill job for CJ. He wants him to use the jetpack he just stole and ambush a train leaving the secret facility and steal something from them. He doesn't quite know what it is, but whatever it is the answer. The truth, you might even say. Turns out it's a jar of green goo, and the Truth likes what he sees.
Everything is different now.
As he grabs the jar and dips off in his van saying he'll be in touch. It's obvious that this green goo is related to aliens, with Area 51 being involved, there's secret projects and all that. And after this mission, Truth calls into the radio station and talks about conspiracies and says that aliens are real and help them maintain all multiple their existence in the premise of
How do you know all this? Ask yourself, why should I make this up? The only thing I would ask myself is how I can get all future shows.
So with all that craziness done, it's time for CJ to head out to Las Venturas and see what Woozy has going on. CJ goes to meet with Woozy at the Four Dragons Casino and sees what he has cooking. Turns out, Woozy has bought the casino and he plans to have his grand opening soon. But the Italian Mafia is causing him some trouble with this, as they own rival casinos on the Strip. But he doesn't know exactly which family it is, as there are 3 of them that have stakes in Las Vegas, primarily with the casino, the Caligula. He offers CJ a share in his casino if he's able to help out with these Italian pests. Some guys came into the casino and busted up a ship of slot machines. Woozy's men were able to capture one of them. So CJ has the idea to tie this guy to the hood of a car and drive around Las Venturas. Eventually, this guy's leaves, and he tells CJ that he worked for some doctor. So now Woozy can come up with a plan to strike back at him. Woozy tells CJ of a quarry that's outside of town for him to go steal some dynamite from, because chances are they're going to need some explosives. And just the next day, it's discovered that some counterfeit poker chips are being put away into Woozy's casino, with the fake chips having a dragon on them with shades and a walking stick blocking Woozy's brightness.
The dragon on this got the sunglasses and a white stick.
Split bastards.
The Sindacos own the plastic factory in town, so they're obviously responsible for these fake chips. So CJ happily heads over to the factory and destroys all the machines there, killing a bunch of mafia muscle as well. Hitting back at the Sindaco's every move is one thing, but Woozy also plans to make a big move on the rival mob casino called the Caligula. He starts planning a heist, Ocean's 11 style, with CJ. They stage out a storage room for the planning and they get to work. And CJ does a lot of work to get this done. He goes to the city planning department, takes photos of the blueprints to Caligula's casino. He follows a croupier home and disguises himself as a gimp for her Kiki date night and dates her for a while until gaining her trust for security codes to the casino. He plants C4 explosives at the Sherman Dam in order to blow it up and cut power to the casino when it's time for the heist. He runs around the city and steals 4 police motorcycles to use in the escape, and he also steals a helicopter with a giant magnet on it and uses that to steal an armored truck to use as a getaway vehicle for the money. It's a lot of busy work to set this whole heist up, but the cutscenes for the start of each mission are pretty funny, with more and more people progressively finding their way into this secret storage room that just started as CJ and Lucy making the plan.
Hey, what are you still doing here? I live here. Oh, okay, you can stay.
While you're doing all this work for Lucy, CJ gets a call from a good friend. Turns out after stealing the jetpack,
mỗi tháng mỗi ngày thức dậy là hết thông tin gì đó nghe ấm từ đầu.
And somehow Drew ended up in Los Santos, and the band is lost somewhere in the desert, and he needs CJ to go pick them up. Since they are Brits, and he doesn't think they'll last long in the desert. CJ finds the 2 men tripping out in the desert, one of them being a familiar face to GTA fans, Kent Call from Vice City, and the other guy is named Mac, who has an obsession with beating his meat. CJ drives them back to their friend Rosie that has a suite in the Caligula casino. And once they arrive, that friend Rosie is another friendly face from Vice City, Ken Rosenberg, once a fine lawyer to Tommy Vercetti. He's now washed up and disbarred, and he's forced to run the Caligula casino under the rule of the 3 families that control it: the Sindacos, the Leones, and the Forellis. Another snippet from the introduction movie shows Ken trying to call Tommy Vercetti on a payphone after he gets out of rehab, but Tommy doesn't take his call.
You follow my call? Look, I made that X-ray, and now it's my calls? Put him on the phone right now!
Hello? Hello? So for now, Ken may be clean from coke, but he is still under the thumb of the mafia, and his good friend Tommy isn't going to bail him out. So, as CJ is working with Lucy, he also starts working with the people at the Caligula to work different angles on taking them down. And since they don't know CJ personally, they think he's just some hired muscle as always. First job CJ does for Ken is actually solving a problem that CJ caused himself. Turns out, Johnny Sindaco is in a shock-induced coma at the hospital. You may remember him as the guy that CJ strapped to a windshield and sped around Las Venturas. The Forelli family sees this as an opportunity to take out Johnny for good and cause a war between the 3 families for control. And of course, Rosenberg will get taken out for this as he's the one in charge of this casino operation. So, in order to save Ken, CJ has to take down the Forelli goons that stole the ambulance transporting Johnny and kill them and bring Johnny back to the Sindaco's meat factory safe and sound. After this success, Rosenberg is back to using coke and becoming his normal erratic self that we all knew and loved in Vice City. And in his confidence-boosting coke binge, he has CJ bring him out to the Sindaco's meat factory in order for him to show some face at Johnny's return and try to win some favor of the Sindacos with kind words and a respectful visit. The visit starts off well enough. Ken and Johnny having some small talk, but then Johnny turns to CJ to see who this man is with Ken and immediately recognizes him as the man who terrorized him, and in his weakened state, he has a heart attack out of shock and he dies on the spot.
Damn, that nigga fucked up.
This turns the meat factory into a shootout. The Sindacos try to take out Ken and CJ as they gun their way out of there. At one point, Ken remarks how exciting this is, still high on coke, obviously, and he mistakenly calls CJ Tommy as well as they fight their way out.
So exciting, Ryan. Old times. All fucking time.
After this stir-up, Ken obviously leaves alone for a little bit, but CJ still gets into some business. He is officially signed on as a partner with Lucy and Grandpa Lee for ownership of the Four Dragon Casino. And on his stroll through the strip, he runs into Mad Dog the Rabbit, threatening to jump off the roof because his career went down the drain after he got hooked on drugs and he lost all his money gambling. after someone stole his rifle. Another problem that CJ caused. So CJ feels compelled to save him and bring him to a rehab center to get him cleaned up. CJ also runs into the wonderful crash units in Los Venturas as well. Tenpenny gets CJ to do some work for them, even all the way out here. He has CJ go and take out a DEA agent with an evidence file of Tenpenny that he's about to hand over to the FBI. And after he gets this file at the meetup of the crash, when CJ is supposed to hand it over to them, Tenpenny lashes out and beats Officer Hernandez with a shovel for snitching them out. And he has CJ dig a grave for Hernandez and himself while Pulaski watches. While CJ is talking to Pulaski at one point, Hernandez starts waking up and tries to tackle Pulaski into the grave, but he instead gets shot and falls into the grave himself that was being dug for him anyway. But that was enough to spook Pulaski and have him run off, with CJ not too far behind, eventually catching up to him and killing the dirty officer in the street.
Any last requests? Yeah. Can I fuck your sister? You an asshole to the end. Punk motherfucker.
Two of the crash officers are now dead, leaving just Tenpenny to fend for himself. But for now, he's on the run. After all this, CJ makes his way back to Ken at Caligula, but when he gets up to his room, he's met with a familiar face to fans, Salvatore Leone from GTA 3. He is also being served food by one of the casino's waitresses, who is Salvatore's future wife, Maria, also from GTA 3. He's interrogating Ken due to all these events going on in the city, and CJ comes up to the room and introduces himself to Salvatore and tells him that he used to do some work for his son Joey in Liberty City, as we saw in the introduction movie. And this wins over some favor from the Don.
You know my Joey? I like that.
Salvatore tells CJ that some Forelli goons are flying into the city to try to take him out, and he asks CJ to take care of them for him. Clearly, all of CJ and Ken's meddling has caused a rift between the three mob families. I mean, the Sindacos are entirely out of the picture, with Johnny being dead, so it's no surprise that the Forellis are going to go after the only remaining boss, being Leone, so they could have a full run at the casino. So CJ does some more Torino-inspired Mission Impossible shit. He flies a small plane up to the jet carrying the Forelli soldiers. He jumps from his plane and lands on their jet, opens their door and gets inside to shoot them all before hijacking the plane and then landing it safely at the airport. After this, Leone has another job for CJ, a hit in Liberty City on Marco Forelli at the St. Mark's Bistro. CJ has to have Ken call in backer for backup of his mission, but we all know he doesn't really need to go. He's just trying to save them from Salvatore. And once they're outside the casino, he tells them to skip town so they don't end up getting killed by the mob. CJ heads up to the airport, hops on a jet, and flies to Liberty City. You unfortunately don't get to explore the city when you get there, but you do get a quick glimpse of the vibes of the beach, showing that it's wintertime and the has snow on the front of the city. Inside the bistro, CJ guns down all the Forelli men, including the boss man himself, Marco, and then he hops on a plane back to Los Venturas. From here, Ken's safely out of Caligula, and everything being set for the big job, it's time for Boozy and company to get this Ocean's 11 waste underway. CJ goes into the casino dressed as a croupier and heads to the staff using the codes that he got from rizzing up his BDSM girlfriend. He throws some gas down a ventilation shaft that leads into the vault, killing all the guards down there. Meanwhile, Zero blows the C4 at the dam, killing the power to the casino. CJ lifts the gate to the service bay before losing the powers down, and the team rolls in with the armored truck and starts to kill all the security on the way to the vault. Also, Lucy has one of the funniest moments in the game.
Okay, team. I've gone over the layout to this place so I know it back to front. Everybody follow me. There! The devious bastards have changed the layout. Don't worry. I'll take the lead, boss. Good idea. Everybody, follow in.
The team gets the money in the truck and then escapes using the police bikes as phony escorts, while CJ makes his way to the roof as a decoy, taking all the attention off of them. CJ jumps off the roof with the parachutes, landing on another roof, and he steals a helicopter there to escape. Again, doing
Vô đây. Vô đây. Yeah. Bữa cái này ăn rau thì nó kiểu con xanh mấy ngày trời sao rồi. Rồi hôm nay tôi cũng cho ăn rau thì tôi coi thử không có rau.
Sao thấy nó hơi ngơ nha. Mới ngủ dậy nó còn đưa à. Tại ăn vô nó xả nước đắt quá nên nó
Ông xả như thế nào vậy? Nếu mà một mình ông thì ông cho nó đứng trên ghế á là ông rửa. Nếu một mình ông mà ông có để nước xịt tùm lum 3 con vậy hả? Nhỏ bệnh luôn sao trời. Tôi lại ông á, ông làm được làm được từ tôi lên. Rồi thì lắm. Cái ngôi nha không có thì nó một kia nó còn ngôi được thì tôi đâu không vô vừa thôi. Tôi dâu đâu ra hẳn chứ. Tôi làm bài ta đơn trước cũng gió không có. Làm được thôi.
không được đủ việc cái gì.
Không cần, để đi gặp làm. Dù ông Nam nó cũng thấy là ở luôn á. Nó đang đi sức khỏe cho việc đấy. Đến được cái xin phát ngươi vô. Bố không để cái quạt bất ngờ, bị có tát không nữa gì. Ông đi tặng hẳn à? Không. Tôi thấy đấy là ông Lan. Tôi đoán má nó lạnh luôn. Thì cái bao nhiêu rửa con ngày cái nhúng trên má đó có rửa cho con nữa. Đó. Đương nhiên ngủ đâu ai biết cái gì mốt phải hà chứ. Phải hà nên mình biết được cái gì nhé. Lâu nó dùng bữa mà đổi lại là không ăn cấm của mình.
Làm giờ một bữa mà bị la tới bơi. Anh đi đánh làm nữa.
Đi làm thôi. Mình đi làm mà. Bằng đi nặng là được rồi. Bạn về được thì người ta phải đứng dậy nữa.
Bạn đâu có đứng trên đây mà mình làm. Mà bạn nói như đúng rồi.
Thì ông ngồi ông nói đó. Thế chắc là ông nói nó sớm mình được à. Còn phải ông tăng lên trên cái đồ cái tịnh của con chiều rồi.
Tụi nó cứ mỏi này giờ sao?
Nhưng mà chứ. Nhưng mà thì ăn đi.
Ăn cứ ra không?
Đó, tụi mày đó. Đi mặt chạm có đi trên mặt tập của bá lên cầm mại hết đó. Đấy. Cũng bị mùi rượu người đó. Mệt ơi. Cái này là
Nói rồi làm quất quất.
Quất là quất gì?
Kiếm đào được gì mà bà.
Quẩy quá ha. Cuộc đời này là cho mà phụ đồng ấy mình đâu đi làm cho người ta rồi biết.
Chưa đi làm cho người ta đây, phải đi may bên công ty thì sẽ không.
Hồi xưa có đi may nha. Dì Vân cũng đi may vậy á.
Hai chị em bên đó là bên đó.
Rồi bây giờ thì dì Vân ngoài rồi còn hay đi như này.
Dì Vân có bằng sau này vừa về bất động sản như là
Vì vừa rồi hồi xưa dì làm học viên đó thì có ấu của con nữa. Rồi dì mới đi nặng.
ở công ty đó phá sản.
Vừa rồi đi qua nữa.
Đúng rồi. Đó hồi đó hay quên cái chỗ đó, chỗ văn phòng thì không.
Bởi vì đi ăn qua này cũng tức là cái kiểu mà gì là toàn đồ ăn này có chị hai á, có cái món gì trứng luộc trứng luộc không biết bắt á hôm bữa đó rồi có cái bò gì rồi đó rồi cái bữa đó sự gà con là bây giờ anh hợp tác chưa, không cần điện thoại thì đôi gì hết nè, đó nè, anh nè,
chắc hỏi á.
Đó chứ, 4 từ 7 giờ sáng rồi. Ôi trời. Hôm nay xin lỗi này, đây, ngon quá đi, lâu mới được ăn bữa khoai lang, lâu lắm rồi mới được ăn khoai lang, ngon quá đi, ngọt quá đi, ngon. Món này tôi bỏ nhiều khoai lang nó ngọt luôn.
Tại một ngày nhớ ra thịt ngắt thôi.
Có điều không ăn
nơi đó á.
Ăn ủa sang là hấp cái ly nước ngon anh hả?
Để anh đem lên cho anh. Vẫn là đem lên cho anh chứ là gì. Nằm trên bàn của Quang là của Quang.
Con là cái anh con biết con từ mắt nó nhiều nó đầy bố thì mắt nó khỏe chỉ có thử đầy bố cho được á. Chắc chè lắm nhé.
Anh thấy không biết nó khôn ra hơn hay gì mà lúc nãy á, vừa lấy cái khăn uống cho người nó để lên giường nó nằm im ra lâu xong
Con ra nhiều lúc nó ngủ dậy nó mệt á, nó mới ngủ dậy cái nó đừ á, nó ỉa sâu nữa mệt. Cha anh em vô xịt nước cái khít đen luôn, vô nó làm gì làm mệt mỏi quá rồi. Đúng con đừng không nói mẹ quên cái khăn nước đây rồi ngày sau con ăn ngoài đây là mẹ quên khăn không. Mới ăn xong nó được xíu ngủ nước cái đó bỏ trong tủ mát mà còn mát mình cũng ngon hết. Rồi mình bạn nên mình uống nó không lạnh nó không ngon đâu. Cái đồ đây lúc nào uống lạnh là ngon lắm. Cái hạt này không uống thì thôi để nó lắng rồi đổ đi. Còn không muốn mình nhai nước nữa.
Hợp lý. Vậy chỉ là cái quế cái kiểu nấu bên đó.
Anh người nói là con dâu chưa? Nó giống như một cái nó giống như là đồ đen mà ra vậy á. Giỏi quá. Cái đây mẹ nguyên miếng thịt gà này bỏ vô mẹ hầm xong rồi mình xay rồi nó thành sườn cái sườn gì đó. Cái đồ cũng như sau đen và cái giao hàng ta không có giao hàng có nóng cho nên ăn ta không biết ăn không con nha. Ui sao cứ lấy cái tay đẩy vô lòng có tôi là tôi với ba con cái gì rầm cái gì rầm.
Còn cái gì nữa cùng một câu chuyện lặp đi lặp lại rất là nhiều lần chả ai sửa
gì
đẩy cục đá sát được cái cửa khó lắm vậy. Ai lên đó
lên nó ra thì làm cái gì làm cái nổi mình ngoan cái mình không sợ cái đi mình tự hiểu là giỏi sẽ thôi. Bây giờ thằng lấy đồ xuống ngon đúng rồi con gì đó hả? Đồ ngon cần gì hỏi đâu ấy. Đồ để có bác không phải mình hỏi tôi ăn đấy. Ngon chi yeah Vỗ tay lại yeah một có làm gì giờ nữa Ngôi mà ngôi thì miếng bếm thì nhiều. Ơi bà, tao yêu bà lắm. Giỏi. Mai này con đi nói. Nga buổi sáng là buổi 6 buổi 7 giờ vậy. Con ăn là giỏi quá. Hello, buổi trưa mình cho ăn khoai lang ngọt liền, thiệt là ngon đó mà.
Gì vậy?
Cá chá hả? Cá chá hả? Trời, cá chá. Trời.
I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, "Wow, Eve, here we are, one with nature, one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die, and all our dreams come true the instant that we have them." And Eve said, "Yeah, it's just not enough."
That's not fun.
I learned a lot.
Mày nói chứ chú mày học sao tự nhiên vừa cửa rồi vô ổng vô là ngày nào cũng có khách cho ổng sửa. Nhưng mà mua gì cho ổng có gì ổng làm nhưng mà ổng mua gì cho con là ổng có việc làm ổng nghĩ với ổng kiếm khác cái
Mẹ nói hả?
ý là mình nói là ổng như là cứ ngày nào đa phần có việc ổng làm. Nhưng mà em sợ ấy như rồi
Thì đúng là thực sự là cũng có mùa ở nhà.
lâu cũng có mấy bữa
Em thấy mấy mùa nắng thì còn cái khách, chứ mấy mùa mưa thôi ai ra đường đâu mà có khách.
bên trong
Đâu từ hồi chú Chiều nghỉ lúc anh học đại học. À không, lúc anh làm ở Vin rồi chứ. Trước đó là chú Chiều. Là chú Triệu. Trời ơi, tôi đã nói là lúc đó là chú Triệu làm. Tôi đã nói hồi làm ở Vin là chú Triệu. Mấy năm rồi, gần đây cũng nói là mấy năm rồi. Từ lúc mình nghỉ Vin tới giờ là 5 năm rồi em. 5-6 năm rồi. Cũng ngắn thôi. Còn mà mình cảm giác thời gian mình làm ở cái Vin nó cảm giác nó gần đây rồi, thực ra lâu lắm rồi. Mình làm ở Vin 2-3 năm là dài rồi. Một cái công việc mà cứ 1-2 năm người ta nghỉ thì mình làm 2-3 năm tính là mình dài. Nếu mà so với BNG, một công việc mà cứ nửa năm người ta nghỉ thì rõ là thời gian 1-2 năm là nhiều. cái ngành dịch vụ cũng nó đào thải liên tục mà. Nên nói mình làm 3-4 năm rồi mình cũng nhiều quá.
Nó dài là bao lâu? Em nói là ít nhất cũng được 3 năm. Nói dài nữa. Để mà có tiền. Không về
Có gì đâu, ai nghĩ gì đâu mà những người có định hướng á, thì họ ở lại họ làm lâu để mình cảm xúc chứ mình nếu mình đâu mình chỉ định nó đâu có định hướng mình lên sức rồi mình thấy ông Thạch luôn phải 6-7 năm mà không lên sức.
Tôi xuống ngồi gì nó còn có mấy mũ à, đáng lý cho con coi nè, cho con coi.
Ăn xong phải sức là quậy đó, phải không?
Chưa. Mình
anh thấy là sáng giờ
cái tay điện nó bao lần cày chứ bọn nó cày nó cày còn đồ bẩn
nhưng mà rung nó còn chạy nó lại cẩn thận. Điện thoại anh là đủ rồi, đừng kéo cái điện thoại em.
Điện thoại em là chỉ sợ cái con đấy thôi.
Biết đâu bất ngờ mà một lúc sơ suất đó em lấy cái tô cháo ra em đụng nó rớt ập xui lắm chứ bộ.
Con này có là rớt lắm đấy.
Cũng xui lắm chứ bộ.
Nó rồi à? Làm cái mua cái đấy. Nữa. Không mua nữa đấy. Đây là một con sạo rồi. Vì vậy này cho mình phải thử. Vậy đó anh em kịp được lắm chứ không làm kia nữa. Còn đã buồn mà chưa. Có lấy số nào
Mẹ hay là em?
Cái gì trong giường giặt tôi muốn giặt hết tất cả. Cái đứa sạch đứa dơ ôm nhau rồi nó chỉ dơ. Nó gần một chuyện đeo.
Sáng nay anh hỏi em sao mà tự nhiên nó chui vô giữa nó nằm.
Anh biết, hỏi cũng.
Anh thấy nó đạp, anh tưởng em bị bóng đi hì giống lần trước. Anh cũng uốn nó tiếp tục nó đẹp uốn lại. Ủa gì vậy ta, bình thường uốn gì là bà tỉnh rồi mà quay lại quỷ thấy quỷ nằm giữa nó đẹp chịu luôn á.
Ăn buồn rồi nữa. Muốn xài đi ăn buồn rồi. Bình thường anh cứ đi ở đấy rồi. Bình thường.
Để nó muốn người qua Phú Lâm tắm cho bọn em kìa.
Cứ đặc biệt là mình xài để như vậy thôi. Cứ lên đi. Không nhiều cái này nữa được có. Cái này lên được à? Không được một cái không được. Nếu mình nghĩ một bên ngon lại à? Hay là mua cái chuyện đây? Đây là đây. Đó là cái tự nhiên mà.
Nó ngon giống em y hả?
Ảnh rồi cũng đi đến rồi cái chạy đấy hết.
Thoải mái. Tập trung uống nước cho sạch.
Mình xí này, mình xí này mà sao? Nghiêng này. Cái thôi mà cái nghiêng nghĩ nó là ga.
Ai?
Mùi. Nó mới lỡ.
Hồi què chứ gì?
Anh chưa thấy thấy.
Kêu hồi què.
Sao biết hồi què?
Thì tôi nhắc kìa, không què là gì? Không què là gì? Nó gọi là gì?
Hồi què anh có vợ rồi, anh đã được được chưa? Đâu đi cano á, cano mình việc cano bằng cái máy một đánh
Vậy từ máy đánh cái tay thì đánh cái chân, còn cái chân
không ông đi bên thương á
rút lên
đó ông đi bên thương mà
cái này lấy tóc cái tay xuống cho cái nó cắn.
còn đầu bây giờ không dí vô cái mặt nó em muốn nói với con mẹ mà đi xa em thấy động lực tùy với nó nhưng gọi là thương mặt vậy nha nhưng em cũng muốn mặt luôn nhưng mà chuyện không đâu đâu đi nuôi tại chân có cái con đó được chuyện năm người biết
Để đây nó mùi nữa là
không ai nói em nói gì hết
để những ngày
không có thì nó không mài được
em thấy đồ ăn này thì
hôm qua thì có cái việc cũ em cũng có cái
ta đang coi đồ ăn.
đồ ăn rồi
Coi lại hả?
Uống không mà đi. Con đi phục vậy, con nói chưa đấy. Được hai người đi. Làm cái nước chè lên mà tôi nhắc đi nha. Đây lên. Mỗi cái con nữa. Nó có một cái quán
Đây kìa, nó rớt ra kìa.
Răng có một miếng đi, cả nữa. Em phải đưa quá rồi anh. Anh có làm gì dùng thử á? Đi ra đó.
Con hả? Học thấy ghê.
Đó. Cũng được ăn chơi dễ.
Hồi nhỏ anh ăn lò bánh đã nhiều rồi. Không để lại con người gì ấn tượng.
Anh em thích ăn bánh gì? Bánh gì đen sâu á?
Là kêu bánh men cái gì đó.
Chắc bánh. Để đi chợ có mấy cái đó.
Anh không biết là bánh đó chỉ bán ở chợ. Ngày xưa mấy tiệm tạp hóa người ta có nhập bánh đó về bán nhưng hình như bán không được lắm.
Em biết nhưng mà em
hồi xưa cô Hồng á và để cả thẩu muốn ăn bao nhiêu lạng á lên đó mà mua. Ai cũng đâu ăn hả?
thấy không? Hồi bữa tôi nói ông rồi, hồi bữa nó nằm dưới mắt trước rồi. Ông thấy nó coi mấy cái ăn là nó ngu cái gì đâu. Còn cái thằng đây nó múa là nó muốn múa theo thấy không?
Thì nó muốn ấp trước ăn.
Nó bắt trước á.
Inside my heart.
Đó đó nó làm gì đây đó. I love you, mommy, my sweet, sweet mommy. You make me happy when I am sad. Đó, con đi con bắt trước đi. Nhìn nó làm nó bắt trước đó. My sweet, sweet mommy. Con làm đi, con bắt trước đi. Con không biết làm á. Ngày nào ai sữa nó cũng nơi đây. Sợ là ngày mua cùng với nhưng phải đẩy chân đẩy rồi.
Chân phải khỏe hơn chứ.
Chân đạp không biết tất cả mà tay đẩy đi được. Ngày mua mình lên phải đẩy tay bờ tất cả cái con. Chân đẩy hẳn không đi. Mommy, mommy, when I am sad, Việt cạn vô trong cái bánh ở trong mình rùng nhé. Đây là đây các bạn để đó các bạn đây để đi bạn đi. Thấy đứa này đi tắm biển mà người đó nó ăn gỏi ăn ốc buông, còn trước mặt nó là mấy người đi tắm biển. Ở thiên hòa
chắc là bãi trong ngoài chứ mấy bãi căn cứu đâu
có thể là cái phía bên biển mình.
Mắm. Rồi xong.
Tương dêu thấy nó bỏ hổ vào mặt đi. Em nó muốn được ngọt. Xong nó kêu bọc lửa lớn thì bỏ cái gì đâu nữa. Xong đổ lên, nước lên một tiếng cho cho em cho cơm nó béo rồi nó ống.
Rồi mình dùng bơ đó. Mình dùng bơ đó.
Em thấy dùng bơ lên ông không có bọc lửa nữa.
Nó không có bị bay mùi.
Ông đây là bé tuổi tí rồi.
Con ơi là con, ba mẹ làm gì có nhà mà bán con.
Ơi, sao? Âu. Ơi, con. Con bức xúc cái gì á? Là bà má. Bà
Đang coi không cho coi nữa, bức xúc chứ đang.
Bà má. Bà má.
Kiểu bà mẹ nó đang coi.
Bà má. Bà má. Năm. Bà má. Năm. Bà má. My sweet mommy, you make me happy when I feel sad. My sweet mommy, you make me happy when I feel sad. And I will always have you in my heart. I love you, and I will be with you. Đâu phải mình cái máy hát được đâu.
Ba mày hát cũng được vậy.
Coi nó đi.
Chép miệng hả?
Tôi chép miệng thì tự nhiên việc ra cái gì.
Mấy người làm gì vậy? Mấy người ăn ống cho tôi á hả?
My sweet, sweet mommy. Ông nàng ngủ rồi bé ơi.
Gì mụ?
I love you, mommy, my sweet, sweet mommy. You make me happy
Me
when I am sad.
sad.
I love you, mommy. That.
Sorry, bro.
Some Mission Impossible type shit. CJ's made it such a long way from Grove Street. Speaking of which, it's time to head back to Los Santos and start handling business back home. CJ has tons of cash from all these jobs he's been doing. He's got crazy connections in all sorts of sectors, and nothing in Los Santos is too much for him to handle now. He does get a call from Salvatore Leone after the heist, telling him that he's a dead man for robbing him, but clearly CJ isn't too concerned.
Well, it's been nice talking to you, but I got some money that needs spending on some expensive trash. So if you excuse me.
You're dead. Dead.
And realistically, we don't see any motion from the mob again in this game. Mad Dog also gets out of rehab and he wants to get back to Los Santos as well, but his mansion is taken over by the drug dealer Big Papa, as Mad Dog didn't have any money to pay him, so he signed over his house to him. So CJ, along with some of Uzi's men, get to the mansion and take out all the thugs there, getting a new foothold in Los Santos to start taking back the city. CJ also calls up Rosie and Paul and has them move into the mansion as well, serving as an accountant and producer for Mad Dog to get his empire back. So now it's time to get back to the original plan since he got dumped into the countryside so long ago. Free Sweet from prison and take down Big Smoke and Officer Ted. Once back in Los Angeles, CJ is joining in as Paul and Mad Dog have a recording session. Reno accesses the speakers there and tells CJ that he needs him to do one more job for him. And all this Mission Impossible shit has led up to this one big mission. CJ has to sneak into the back of a Navy aircraft carrier. Sam Fisher, a bunch of soldiers there, disable the surface-to-air missile systems and steal a freaking fighter jet. He then uses that fighter jet to destroy a whole fleet of spy ships and a few other fighter jets that are trying to gun him down. But once he's done with this, Torino is done with him. And the next time he shows up at Mad Dog's mansion,
Cá cũng dở,
toàn
liệu thôi.
Torino uses his influence to get Sweet released, and he does so as a show that he is true to his word to CJ, and also to show that he no longer has any purpose that he needs CJ's to.
What was that little job you was talking about, Torino? I just want you to go pick up your room.
And this is the last time we see Mike Torino. Once CJ picks up Sweets, he starts getting excited, telling his big brother what he's been getting into, telling him that they got a mansion mansion now, telling them that they're in the rap game, that they own a stake in a casino, that they got some business in San Fierro. CJ's been real busy making it big out there, and he's stoked to have his brother get in on his empire. Sweets, however, is less than pleased.
Nigga, what the fuck is this bullshit?
What you mean, man? What's mine is yours, and you know that.
You never did get attention, Carl. I need to go check the place in the hood. And that's the problem. You always a perpetrator. Run from what's real.
Hey, man, shit's fucked up here. You don't want to be in the hood.
No, that's exactly where I want to be. What you talking about?
Man, what the hood done for me? Always dragging me down. Ever since I got out the hood, shit be cracked. That's everybody dream to get out the hood.
Man, you sound just like Smoke right now.
CJ tries to tell Sweet that Grove Street isn't what it was when he got locked up. Things have been getting worse and worse since they've been gone, but they ride to Grove Street together anyway to check it out. And once they get there, they get approached by some crackhead trying to sell them a blender. A blender that was clearly stolen from the brothers. CJ wants to simply leave and go home. His home being the mansion and right. But Sweet says Grove Street is their home, and he has CJ clear out the crackheads from the mom's house and kill anyone selling drugs on Grove Street. Also, for the first time ever, Grove Street is controlled by the Lawless, so CJ has to start a gang war with them to get the territory back to Grove Street. And he can't even recruit anybody to help with this, as the Grove Street members on the block are high on crack. But once the dust has settled, Sweet goes into his house and refuses to move out of the hood, while CJ drives back to his mansion home. The next day, he walks in on Sweets almost taking a hit from a crack pipe himself. He's lost everything, and he just wants to see what could be so good about this stuff that has everyone hooked to it. CJ starts going off on Sweets and the crack whore that was trying to get him to smoke it, and she gets angry and says that they'll have to answer to Beat Up for the disrespect, the crack kingpin in the neighborhood that we saw earlier in the game. I'm sure for him, business has been booming with CJ and Sweet gone. He's moved out of his old projects and into Glen Park, Ballas turf. So Sweet and CJ head over there and take over the territory from the Ballas, just the two of them. And once they have the turf, they raid Beat Up's house there and threaten to kill him. Beat Up tells him that he had no choice but to move to Glen Park. Big Smoke made him do it, and Big Smoke is the one running the whole drug business in the city. But he keeps his location under wraps, and only Big Smoke's top lieutenants know where he is. After this confrontation, Beat Up tries to get his crack slave Big Bear to kill Sweets and CJ, but Bear finally lashes out and beats down Beat Up, deciding to get back with Grove Street for good and get clean from the drugs. Sweet steals Beat Up's nice car and takes Bear off to rehab, and CJ heads back to his mansion. At the mansion, he starts talking to Mad Dog, who is stressed. He's trying to get some good music made to get back on top of the game, and he turns on the TV to see a music video shoot with OG Loke, who's performing some familiar sounding rhymes. And it's here where Mad Dog puts two and two together and realizes that OG Loke is the one who stole his rhyme book and started his career spiraling downhill.
That's my money! And those are my hoes! And that's my video he's shooting today!
CJ looks pretty ashamed in the background because in reality, he's the one who stole the book. But instead of fessing up to this, he tells Mad Dog that they should go down there where they're filming this video and make a cameo appearance. So they speed down to the river where Loke is filming and crash the shoot. OG Loke starts running as soon as he sees them, hopping in an airboat thing trying to escape. So CJ has to hop in one as well and chase him down. And it's a pretty long chase, going around the beach and into the pier area, and even having a vehicle change at some point, going into some go-karts and continuing the chase on the streets of downtown Los Angeles. Eventually getting back to OG Loke's studio and confronting him, stealing not only the rhyme book back, but also stealing OG Loke's record label from him, getting Mad Dog a ticket to making hits again. Back in Grove Street, things are also starting to look a little more up. Sweet has some family leaders in a meeting, planning to hit the Ballas and start taking back the hood. CJ comes in and says, can't this gangster shit wait a little bit? You know, I've got commitments and businesses to run now. And Sweet understandably gets upset. After all, the game started for this reason. The reason CJ even stayed on the West Coast was to help out Grove Street, but maybe it's clear that his heart was never in it. He was simply looking for an opportunity to make some money, and now that he's got a lot of opportunities and plenty of money, he's got no reason to run around the hood shooting some guns. But Sweet, he out and taking out a few more neighborhoods from the Paula's, getting more turf under Grove Street control. Meanwhile, during all this stuff CJ's been doing, Officer Tenpenny has found himself arrested for corruption, racketeering, and several other charges. And CJ and his crew all watch the news over his court appearance at Mad Dog's mansion. As the broadcaster is listing off all the wrongdoings of Tenpenny and his units, the group are all betting on how many years Tenpenny will get in jail for his crimes.
I say 20 years. Try 5 years. Cops always get off easy.
Yeah, I heard that.
But once Tenpenny and his lawyer exit the courtroom, she announces that Tenpenny has been found innocent due to lack of evidence and he will walk free. This news causes chaos in the city. Almost immediately after this verdict, you hear gunshots and yelling outside as the city goes up in flames, rioting over this decision. Sweet decides that they need to bring order to the hood, so Sweet goes back to Grove Street and gets the place calmed down. And CJ helps Caesar out with his hood, taking control from the Vagos there and reclaiming the territory, gunning his way through the streets with Caesar's crew, as well as some other Grove Street members helping them out. It's one of the coolest missions in the game when it comes to gang warfare, and it's one of the only ones that show the feud between Caesar's gang, the Aztecas, and the Vagos. After helping Caesar out and getting more Ballas turf taken out, Sweet calls CJ with information on Smoke's location. They flipped enough territory to sniff him out, and it's time to confront the man in charge once and for all. So Sweet and CJ ride out to Smoke's crack fortress, and before going inside, CJ tells Sweet that he's in this alone. To prove to him without a shadow of a doubt that he is down for the road. And because Smoke and Tenpenny let Smoke it's time that he needs to take his revenge. So CJ steals a SWAT tank and rams it into the building, gunning his way through all the floors of the building, seeing all the crazy shit there, like a drug lab and giant statues of Big Smoke, before making it up to the penthouse and getting to the man himself. Smoke is pretty nonchalant about the reunion with CJ, just playing some video games on the couch as CJ points a gun at his head.
Hey, CJ, I was wondering if you'd show up.
Eventually, he gets up and explains that he is the boss, and no one can touch him, even CJ, and they start their gunfight. Smoke's got some big body armor for his big body, and it takes a lot of bullets to put him down. And he cuts off the lights to make it harder for CJ to see him. But CJ has some thermal goggles still that he used from all his Mission Impossible shit, so it's really not that bad. And after some time, CJ eventually gets him down. And as he lays there dying, CJ asks Smoke why he did it. And it's the same old story of wanting the money and the power and the legacy. People are going to remember his name now, even if it meant turning his back on the family. And he dies holding a stack of money because in the end, that's all that ever mattered to him.
But when I'm gone, everyone gonna remember my name. Big Smoke.
And after this, Tenpenny creeps his way into the penthouse and thanks CJ for killing not only Pulaski for him, but also Big Smoke, taking care of all his loose ends. And he gets CJ to load up Smoke's money into a bag for him, and he tries to take care of the last loose end, being CJ, trying to shoot him with a shotgun, but CJ is able to distract him and send him running. Tenpenny clearly still doesn't like CJ at all.
Carl, you motherfucking piece of shit gang-banging cocksucker!
He sets the crack fortress on fire and then makes a run for it, having CJ fight his way through this burning building to make it out to him. Tenpenny makes his escape in a fire truck so he won't get targeted by the angry mob in the city or looking to rage out against police in the riot, so he can be a little more incognito in the fire truck as he makes his escape. Sweet, still sitting outside, sees Tenpenny hop in the fire truck and he runs after it and hops on the ladder on the back as he speeds off. So CJ now has to chase down the truck not only to kill Tenpenny but also save his brother who's hanging off of the truck. He chases this fire truck all around the city, eventually getting Sweet to jump into the convertible that he's been driving. CJ and Sweet switch seats, and CJ starts lighting the truck up, until Tenpenny eventually loses control and drives the fire truck off a bridge, landing in Grove Street of all places. Climbing out of the truck, still saying he can take them all down himself, yelling out that he runs the city, which turns into yelling for help, screaming "Officer down," but as he tumbles to the pavement, his wounds from the wreck are enough to end him once and for all. It's very reminiscent of Denzel's final scene in Training Day. CJ stands over him and wants to shoot him, to make sure that it is actually over, but Sweet wisely says it's not necessary, and he lets Tenpenny die from his traffic accident, not involving them in any way. Caesar, Kendall, and Truth all die as well, congratulating CJ on finally beating the system, before CJ gives his final goodbye to Tenpenny, the same way that Tenpenny said goodbye to him several times in the game.
See you around, officer.
Back inside, CJ, Sweet, Caesar, and Kendall all talk about how work is never done. There are problems in San Fierro and Las Venturas with their many businesses, and Sweet still has some issues in the Grove as well. But all these things pale in comparison to what's been going on with Big Smoke and Tenpenny. Then a group of people come into the house and they all raise their guns at first, before seeing that it's Ken Rosenberg, Mad Dog, Kent Paul, and Macker coming in to announce Mad Dog's first gold record since he started back up making music, causing everyone to celebrate. Everyone starts talking about what to do next, and CJ just walks outside, saying he's gonna hit the block and see what's happening. Rolling credits on the game. And after the credits roll, CJ gets a phone call from Catalina, who is seemingly having some sex with Claude, and she asks CJ if he's jealous. And CJ tells her she just needs to get some help. Clearly, Catalina is still crazy about CJ, or maybe just crazy. Probably that. But with that, that's the end of the story to this game. Of course, you can still run around the city and do some hood rat shit as CJ, but that's where the plot ends, with all the loose ends being tied up. It's no surprise that San Andreas was released to universal acclaim. The game was through and through a masterpiece. It was the 5th highest rated PS2 game on Metacritic, being deemed the single most complete, unique universe in console history. I don't think there's a review out there at the time of release that had this game scored less than 9 out of 10. Everyone loved this game, and for good reason. San Andreas is one of those mythical titles that comes out and just changes the market and establishes itself as an instant classic. There are several things in San Andreas that continue to be standouts in gaming still today, over 20 years after its release. The voice acting, the defined universe, the strong tones and themes of the game, they all stand the test of time, cementing itself as a reference point for every Grand Theft Auto title released since, and even non-Grand Theft Auto titles that have any sort of urban open world setting. They all get compared to San Andreas. The game has become a litmus test. It's nothing short of a masterpiece. Like any other Rockstar game though, there is no shortage of controversy to the game. A lot of people criticize the game's racial stereotypes and the series' fetishization of race as a whole, jumping from an Italian-American in Vice City to an African-American in San Andreas, and having each character being an archetype of those races. Some people also criticize the reference to real-life racial events and accuse the game of making a mockery of them, like the Rodney King assault and the resulting riots in Los Angeles. There was also the typical outrage over the game's violence and activities that children could do, disregarding the whole rating system, saying that the game was for those 17 years of age, at least in the USA. Because some people just think that if it's a video game, it's meant for children, which obviously is not the case. One unique controversy did happen with San Andreas though, and that is the notorious hot coffee scenes in the game. In the initial concepts of this game, Dan Houser wanted there to be even more role-playing elements in this title, and having that go into the girlfriend relationships in the game. And as a result, there was a concept for CJ to go inside after a successful date and have the player do a minigame that was essentially controlling CJ having sex with his girlfriend. And this happened after the girl invited him in for some coffee, hence the name. However, the minigame was taken out of the game before release, having the dates ending and CJ being invited into the girl's house for coffee, but then just hearing some muffled sex noises after, with no visuals of the act. But the code wasn't fully removed from the game. They just made it inaccessible to players. So, as time went on, the modding community found the code and released the mod to make the minigame playable. When the news of this content was released, Rockstar got into some massive shit with the ESRB and even the FTC under the petition of US Senator Hillary Clinton for not disclosing this adult-only rated stuff to them on the game's release when the game was released under an M rating, which is a big deal, as it is essentially selling pornographic material to people under the age of 18. Because this stuff was in the actual game. This was made by Rockstar. They just thought that they can get around it by having it being inaccessible accessible. But once modders took that access limit off, the stuff was just in the game. The company was subject to a class action lawsuit, and several fines were brought down on both Rockstar and Take-Two for this. And a few countries like Australia, not surprisingly, banned the game entirely until this content was fully removed. This incident, it's no surprise that his first gold record since he's for mattered to him.
But when I'm gone, everyone gonna remember my name. Big Smoke.
And after this, Tenpenny creeps his way into the penthouse and thanks CJ for killing not only Pulaski for him, but also Big Smoke, taking care of all his loose ends. And he gets CJ to load up Smoke's money into a bag for him, and he tries to take care of the last loose end, being CJ, trying to shoot him with a shotgun, but CJ is able to distract him and send him running. Tenpenny clearly still doesn't like CJ at all.
Carl, you motherfucking piece of shit gangbanging cocksucker!
He sets the cracked fortress on fire and then makes a run for it, having CJ fight his way through this burning building to make it out to him. Tenpenny makes his escape in a fire truck so he won't get targeted by the angry mob of the city or looking to rage out against police in a riot, so he can be a little more incognito in the fire truck as he makes his escape. Sweet, still sitting outside, sees Tenpenny hop in the fire truck, and he runs after it and hops on the ladder on the back as he speeds off. So CJ now has to chase down the truck not only to kill Tenpenny, but also save his brother, who's hanging off of the truck. He chases this fire truck all around the city, eventually getting Sweet to jump into the convertible that he's been driving. CJ and Sweet switch seats, and CJ starts lighting the truck up, until Tenpenny eventually loses control and drives the fire truck off a bridge, landing in Grove Street of all places. Climbing out of the truck, still saying he could take them all down himself, yelling out that
Theft Auto 4. The game didn't need any sort of dream either. He gets roped into the seedy underworld of the city, working for shady figures, mobsters, drug dealers, and corrupt officials, using the only skills that he has to do everything from hits to bank heists. Getting into the shadowy business isn't just out of necessity to make it by, but it's where he needs to go to get the contacts that he needs for his own personal vendetta as well, to track down the traitor who wrapped up in the typical Rockstar satirical look at American culture and society. It's a much darker and more grounded story than the previous games, treating some of the over-the-top chaos for a more personal and emotional story, but not losing that same urban sandbox feel that really made the series what it is. You can go from a hard-to-watch, brilliantly acted cutscene bleeding with emotion, and then go right ahead and mow down some pedestrians with a sports car in Times Square, or jump from a chopper ragdolling in the middle of Central Park. It really is still a Grand Theft Auto game, but narratively it is much more serious and dark. The development of Grand Theft Auto 4 was a massive undertaking that actually began in late 2004, immediately after the release of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Rockstar Games faced the daunting challenge of following up the absolute blockbuster that game was. Rockstar president Sam Houser even admitted that trying to top San Andreas was a nightmare. And to facilitate this leap, Rockstar created a brand new engine, the Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, otherwise known as Rage. Rage elevated the realism in the gameplay and allowed for far more detailed urban environments. With the new tech on the horizon, that is the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3, the developers could implement advanced physics and graphics that simply weren't possible on earlier hardware options. One of the standout technical innovations was the integration of Natural Engine's Euphoria physics system. Early on, some at Rockstar doubted if Euphoria could work during normal games. They thought that it might only work in some scripted cutscenes, but a few determined engineers were dedicated in natural motion, even sent some staff at Rockstar Studio for months to help blend the Euphoria system into the game engine. The result was dynamic, unscripted character animations. Pedestrians stumble, grab onto car doors, or play over the road, making the world feel fully active and alive. This focus on physics fed into Grand Theft Auto 4's gameplay design, giving weight and believability to everything from shootouts to car crashes. Everything has a significant weight of gameplay in it.
just use range and more development. The difference from GTA 2 to 3 was that this time it was going from low def to high def. On that bit, everything has to be insanely detailed. The graphics, animation, behaviors, dialogues, and artificial intelligence. Achieving this level of detail required a huge team and even larger budgets. Rockstar's work based in Edinburgh remained the largest studio with around 220 people, but they only helped from Rockstar Studios around the world. Over 1,000 people contributed in total. Some team members were working 12-hour days without holidays to get this game done. A classic tale of development clubs that Rockstar is notorious for. The total development cost of this project climbed above $1 billion, making Grand Theft Auto one of the most expensive games ever. The overall vision, however, was clear. Rockstar wanted to push boundaries in realism and storytelling, even if it meant a total shift from the latter Tier 5 previous generation. On the gameplay side, the designers essentially rebuilt core systems from scratch so that GTA 4 would feel next generation. For example, gunplay was significantly overhauled. The team made the targeting and shooting mechanics a top priority in early development, leveraging the new tech to make combat feel more authentic and less clunky. They implemented a cover system for the first time in the series, letting players snap to cover and engage in more realistic firefights, and this was considered a natural addition once they had a more realistic targeting system. They also ditched some of the prior game's RPG-like mechanics. In San Andreas, players could get ripped at the gyms or overflow with calories and confidence off fast food, but Rockstar dropped these elements early in Grand Theft Auto 4's development. Dan Houser explained that constantly lifting weights or managing stats felt antithetical to Nico's motivations. You know, given that Nico Bellic is a battle-hardened immigrant not preoccupied with vanity or physique. And there's probably an inside joke somewhere when they were making Brucey, as he is the complete opposite of that. Streamlining these features not only fit the narrative better, but it saved massive animation work. No need to render Nico getting fat or ripped, and kept the focus on the story and core gameplay. Another big feature that showed the times changing was the in-game cell phone. The team introduced a cell phone for Nico that served both narrative and gameplay functions. Friends could call to hang out, missions could be triggered by text, and players could even dial numbers for side activities, call 911, or even Easter egg phone numbers. This phone mechanic added to the immersion of living in Liberty City, and cleverly mirrored the real-world ship. On top of that, GTA 4 cyber cafes, but like the phone, also functioned as a way to get jobs, even girlfriends in the game. And also the game had functional speeds and smooth programs, all small gameplay touches that enriched this idea of a real modern city around you. Rockstar also ventured into online multiplayer games so that the game they had some minor multiplayer back in the PS2 titles, but nothing like this. According to producer Leslie Benson, getting multiplayer to work in an open city part of the development. They wanted multiplayer to feel like an extension of the single-player experience rather than being backwards. Ultimately, Grand Theft Auto 4 shipped with a robust set of multiplayer, robber, racing, death, entire Liberty City from scratch, not just updating the GTA 3 layout. In fact, the team deliberately avoided looking at the previous renditions of Liberty City, keeping only a general East Coast vibe, but otherwise starting fresh. Art director Aaron Garbert said that they chose New York because of its amazing density and variety. He called it an amazing, diverse, vibrant, cinematic city that offered plenty of inspiration, and really anyone who spent any time in the city knows what he's saying. Early in planning, they considered ambitiously using the entire state of New York, including upstate areas and small towns, but that idea was soon trimmed down to just the urban core. First Manhattan only, and then expanding outward to include Bronx and part of New Jersey, under fictional names of Algonquin, the designers had debates and even votes on which areas to include, and they also toyed with including more suburbia or wooded areas, but ultimately decided to keep the minimum of city life, which is too bad because I could see a hilarious mission spin on the Sopranos and the suburban areas. However, they learned from mistakes on San Andreas' overly ambitious map design. Dan Houser noted that they wanted less dead spots in irrelevant places, like the sprawling countryside of San Andreas. While a cool addition to that game, it really didn't offer much in the way of content and seemed more like filler. GTA 4 would be a more focused and detailed urban experience. As a result, Liberty City ended up smaller in total square mileage than San Andreas' map, but because it's so dense and vertically built, the team felt it was comparable in scope, if not larger. As Dan put it, it's the biggest city we ever built, but it's not the biggest area. Rockstar's philosophy was to capture the essence of New York City, not to produce a GPS-accurate clone. The team selectively condensed and exaggerated landmarks and neighborhoods to create a caricature of the city, one that hits the recognizable highlights but is fun to navigate as a game world. The level designers actually built the city first with no gameplay in mind and only later plugged in the missions and activities. And this is opposite to some games where levels are built around missions. In GTA 4, they wanted Liberty City to feel like a real place that missions then utilize organically, which made doing anything outside of scripted missions just feel more real. To get the details right, Rockstar went to extraordinary lengths in research. In early 2005, a team of 60 to 70 Rockstar North developers flew from Scotland to New York City for an intensive research trip. For over a week, they fanned out across neighborhoods, taking thousands of photos, video footage, and jotting observations. They even rode around with NYPD officers in certain districts, like Washington Heights, to learn about local crime and the general vibe of those areas as well. Later in development, another small research trip in 2007 helped update references and gather anything that they missed. And back at headquarters, Rockstar installed TV monitors that constantly played B-roll of New York City streets, so artists could literally glance up from their desks and be in New York City while crafting Liberty City. According to Leslie Benzes, they took over 100,000 photographs on location, though Aaron Garbert's head of development at Rockstar North notes that it might have been closer to 250,000 photos. They collected architectural blueprints for buildings and apartments to inspire interior designs. They used satellite maps to trace road layouts. They studied traffic patterns and even researched mundane infrastructure like subway schedules, sewer systems, and garbage disposal logistics to ground the city in reality. And you know when you get YouTubers to make a video about how awesome your world functions on a logistical level, you've done something right. Shout out Annie Austin. It ran deep too. Dan Houser stated in a Vulture interview, "We had guys looking at census data. This part of Queens should be more Chinese population. The pedestrians can go up to speak to each other now, so we got them speaking Russian, Spanish, Chinese, etc., depending on what neighborhood they are in." And yeah, pedestrian AI and variety became a point of pride. Rockstar populated the sidewalks of Liberty City with a huge selection of NPC models and dialogues. There are office workers, hustlers, tourists, drunks, street vendors, joggers, and countless more, all with their own little routines. Some NPCs even recognize each other and start chatting on the street. The game ended up featuring 660 separate speaking characters, delivering over 80,000 lines of dialogue, from mission characters to random pedestrians, which is absolutely insane. I mean, just look at the script size from GTA 3 to GTA 4. But it paid off in making the city feel alive. As you wander around Liberty City, you constantly overhear snippets of conversations or crazy rants. The development team drew on their real New York experiences, where walking around you're meeting insane people on every corner. To reinforce this idea, some of these crazy pedestrians rambling on the street corner are actually approachable and turn into random character encounters. Optional side meetings with these eccentric personalities that Nico can stumble upon. Everything from a crazy husband who thinks his wife is cheating on him, to drug addicts trying to buy the biggest rock ever, to a straight-up serial killer. These were inspired by actual oddballs that the Hausers had met in New York City. For example, Dan Hauser recounts running into a homeless man who claimed that he just killed somebody, and that encounter helped fuel the idea that the player should randomly meet freaky, memorable strangers in the game. And again, anyone who's spent any length of time in the city has an experience like this. A few years ago, I had some dude tell me real nonchalantly that he just shit on the stairs that led up to the Brooklyn Bridge path. He just calmly told me to stick to the left side and I'll be alright. Sure enough, there was a massive pile of shit on the right side of the stairs, and there was already a shoe print in it, but shoutouts to him for letting me know. From an art direction standpoint, GTA 4 strove for a grittier, more realistic style than from the more cartoonish aesthetics of the previous games. Textures and models were far more detailed thanks to the new engine and the move to high-definition consoles. The lighting system was overhauled to mimic real city light. Rockstar even set up time-lapse cameras on New York City rooftops to study how the sunlight and streetlights changed the look of the buildings throughout the day and night. They paid attention to the subtle details of dirt on buildings, graffiti in alleyways, the hologram-like shimmer of the neon lights at night, and all sorts of little mundane things that help design the look of the city throughout different times of day. Weather and time of day effects in Liberty City were designed to feel authentic as well. Misty dawns on the Humboldt River, golden hour between the skyscrapers, torrential rain slicking the streets at different times. All these artistic touches reinforce Liberty City as a believable place. The team also spent years developing fake brands and advertisements to fill the city. By the time of release, nearly every billboard and storefront in Liberty City had a humorous, smooth brand or advertisement, which is important for places like Times Square. These assets were actually some of the last things finished. The billboards were only implemented about 6 months before the launch of the game, once the art team had finalized all the parody logos and slogans. Rockstar's attention to Liberty City's atmosphere extended to the audio design as well. Different neighborhoods have distinct ambient sounds. In one area, you might hear salsa music from an apartment window, and in another, distant sirens and the rumble of the subway. And, as I mentioned earlier, pedestrians speak with dozens of accents and languages reflective of Liberty City's melting pot culture. You'll hear Jamaican patois in Beechwood City, Russian conversations in Hove Beach, Italian-American slang in Alderney, and much more. This level of detail made players feel like no two street corners were exactly the same, and really they aren't. After spending so much time in Liberty City, you can figure out where you are relatively quickly just based on the vibes. In the end, all the exhaustive research and artistry was about delivering a Liberty City that captures New York's energy without being a slave to its reality. As Dan Hauser explained, if we are going to be in a position to make anywhere and show that anything else, if we can't do that about New York City, then where the hell do we do it? That passionate mindset drove the team to pour their hearts into every block of Liberty City. The payoff was an open world, of its time. A digital city where players could spend hours simply people watching, cruising the streets, or getting lost in its urban maze. The narrative development of Grand Theft Auto 4 went hand in hand with its setting. Once Rockstar chose New York as the backdrop, they asked who comes to New York and why. And the answer became the arc of the story. An immigrant named Nico Bellic arriving in Liberty City chasing the American dream, or at least his cousin's exaggerated promises of it, and escaping a dark past in Eastern Europe. Dan Hauser, who co-wrote the game with Rupert Humphreys, said that they wanted a protagonist who felt tough but also like an alien in this environment. An outsider, someone new to America, seeing its extremes with fresh eyes. Nico's status as a stranger in Liberty City provided a perfect lens to satirize and examine American culture in 2008, from its nightlife and crime to its consumerism and political corruption, all while keeping the main character.
Để coi xong tình hình săn boss hôm nay à.
He's new to American freedoms and even modern technology, things like online dating. And on the other hand, he's this ruthless, battle-hardened killer who isn't scared of much. It's a refreshing coming to America story framed perfectly for a Grand Theft Auto game. Nico's war-torn background was a deliberate choice. The writers decided that making him an ex-soldier from Eastern Europe, not confirmed but implied to have fought in the Yugoslav wars, would not only explain his lethal skills but also add a layer of tragedy and depth to his character. They consulted crime experts who noted that many of the really scary, ruthless criminal figures in the modern underworld weren't born in America. This informed their thinking that Nico, as a foreign veteran, could believably get entangled with dangerous gangs and have the stomach for Liberty City's violent jobs. He's no rookie. In several of the executions you do in the game, Nico can be seen covering his face from blood spatter or making the person suffer with little shots to the knees before finishing them off. Despite his criminal ability, Nico is portrayed as more introspective and morally conflicted than prior Grand Theft Auto characters. He is haunted by betrayals and atrocities from war, and one of his motives in Liberty City is to track down a former comrade who sold out his unit years ago. This gives the story a revenge thread, but one that doesn't dominate Nico's personality. Dan Houser said we wanted Nico to be more of an anti-hero than a hero. He's capable of compassion and positive action in this criminal world at times, even as he can be a cold-hearted killer when pushed. The duality makes Nico a more rounded character than past GTA protagonists. Players might not agree with everything that Nico does, but they can understand it. Rockstar also intentionally moved away from heavy movie references in the story. Earlier Grand Theft Autos took a lot of inspiration from mob and gangster films like Scarface for Vice City, Boys in the Hood for San Andreas, etc. This time they wanted something original. Instead of emulating a specific film, GTA 4's story draws more from the real ethos of New York crime and immigrant experiences. That said, the team are film buffs, and the narrative naturally channels classic crime drama vibes. There are some echoes of movies like The Godfather or Eastern Promises in its organized crime themes. But there's no one-to-one copy of any film plot. In tone, Grand Theft Auto 4 is more grounded and serious than its predecessors, though Rockstar's trademark dark humor and satire are still present. For example, there's an in-game mission where Nico goes on a spoof of a reality TV show vigilante read with plenty of sarcastic wit to the dialogue.
Walk out of there just one more time. We need to get the shot just right. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I can put my foot through your face if you like. I don't mind doing that again and again till I get it right.
These reality TV hosts also get their own dose of reality when they think the world is just a game.
Aren't you that guy from the TV?
The writing process for the game began very early in development, even as the city was being mapped out. After coming up with the broad concept of Nico and Liberty City, the Housers and Leslie Benzes would spend time brainstorming story ideas in a very free-form way. Dan then went off and drafted a rough story synopsis, which was about 6 pages long, that outlined the characters, major plot points, and narrative flow. They also compiled a list of key characters up front and gave those to the artists so that concept art and character modeling could start even as the script was still taking shape. Once the core team was happy with the story outline, the design team broke that into a huge flowchart of missions, essentially a blueprint of the game's structure, which missions happen in which order, which unlocks new city areas, how the player's progression unfolds, all that fun stuff. Leslie Benzes and the designers made sure that there was a logical progression through the city and the mission tree, even though at any given time the player might have several missions to choose from. Dan Houser explained, to you playing the game it's non-linear, because at any point you might have 15 things to do, but we can track on a huge multi-tier document where you can be and take you on a trip around the world all at the same time. In other words, a ton of planning went into the story, world exploration, and gameplay pacing that all meshed together perfectly.
That's how we roll.
After that master plan was set, the script writing kicked off. Dan Houser and a couple of co-writers, including Ruben Humphreys, writing actual scene dialogue. They first write the mission introduction, the cutscenes that play before each mission starts. Those were tackled early because they define the purpose and tone of every mission. And then later they fill in the in-mission dialogue. The banter during the missions often heard during car rides or combat. Dan noted that improved facial animation in GTA 4 allowed them to write more nuanced, slower moments in cutscenes without losing player interest, because the characters could emote more subtly. They wrote an enormous amount of dialogue. The final script was on the order of 1,000 pages, covering main story scenes, random encounters, phone conversations, and game events. To keep things from getting too repetitive in gameplay, they even wrote alternate lines for mission retries. So if you fail and redo a mission, Nico might quip, alright, let's try this again, instead of repeating the exact same dialogue. And that was to make it feel less like Groundhog Day when you had to replay a section.
I'm sure it was real nice. Maybe you can pick up another one on craplist.net. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about that cousin of yours. He won't be in no danger sleeping in your Algonquin pad by himself.
GTA 4's story unfolds as a series of episodic arcs in Liberty City's criminal underworld. Nico arrives fresh off the boat, does some small jobs for his cousin Roman and some low-level hustlers, and gradually works his way up through mob bosses, corrupt officials, and drug kingpins. All along the way, he wrestles with his own consciousness and is forced to choose allegiances. At a few key junctions, the player can even make story decisions, like choosing which of two characters to kill that affect the ending of the game. The team wrote a variety of characters to populate this journey, from deadly serious villains to comedic sidekicks, reflecting that full spectrum of New York archetypes. Characters like Brucey Kivitz, a vain steroid-pumping club promoter, add a lot of humor, while others like Packy McCreary, an Irish-American gangster from a broken family, bring some tragedy and perspective. Nico's cousin Roman Bellic is a central character, providing some comic relief as a talkative, big-hearted taxi company owner who's in over his head.
You want to know why I'm not living in a nice condo, banging for women? It's because of shit like this. Assholes, shut up!
The relationship between Nico and Roman's constant invitations to go bowling became an endearing element as you play the game. During development, Rockstar wanted to avoid hiring big Hollywood stars for big roles, a trend that they've been doing since San Andreas by having an unknown main protagonist. But in GTA 4, they went full send. Most of the primary voice actors were relatively unknown talents, and this was partly due to some past negative experiences with celebrities and also creative choice. They didn't want you to hear a famous actor in every cutscene the main character talks in. They wanted you to know the voice as Nico and only Nico. The actor who voices Nico, Leonard Mullen, wasn't a household name, but he delivered a performance that won him a lot of praise, and his fight debut was a great performance. Likewise, Roman was voiced by Jason Silverman, and other major characters by theater and TV actors who did their roles well, but didn't distract from the celebrity. Definitely no Ray Liotta's or Sam Jackson's or freaking Phil Collins. That said, GTA 4 did feature some cameos from a few celebrities in smaller roles. For example, Jason Sudeikis voiced a radio DJ, along with DJ Green Lantern, Iggy Pop, and Daddy Yankee, and both Ricky Gervais and Cat Williams appear as themselves doing stand-up comedy in Liberty City's comedy clubs. Some other comedians like Jim Norton and Bill Burr play some very minor roles in the game as well, only getting a few lines of dialogue. Rockstar found ways to include celebrity talent in these tongue-in-cheek cameos, but they kept the storyline focused on its own original characters. As the recording went on, the team captured a tremendous amount of voice acting. GTA 4's cutscenes were largely motion captured with real actors on the stage, and then the voice was either recorded on the spot or dubbed after. Up to 8 actors at a time could perform together in mocap suits for the more dynamic scenes, and this added a lot to the natural feel of conversations and character movements and cutscenes. The facial animation was done separately using a system by Image Metrics, which allowed detailed facial expressions to be mapped onto the character models, with each character's face having around 100 joints to articulate different expressions. All of this was cutting edge for 2008, contributing to why GTA 4's story scenes felt more cinematic and engaging compared to prior games. There were definitely some mocap moments in prior games, but nothing on this level. By the time the story and character work was done, Rockstar had created an epic crime saga that spans about 90 main missions. Critics and fans alike lauded the narrative for its more serious and character-driven approach. It felt like The Sopranos in video game form, better than the actual Sopranos in video game form. Nico Bellic's journey from naive newcomer chasing money and women to a hardened criminal looking for something meaningful resonated with many players, and it showed that a video game storytelling could tackle complicated themes like emptiness of revenge and the elusive nature of the American dream. As Dan Houser reflected, the quality of writing had to rise alongside the quality of technology, and the GTA 4 team certainly aimed to prove that games could deliver narrative depth on par with film and TV. Dan Houser once commented that, "We've always said we're not going to release a large amount of games. They're going to have the production values of movies and be about themes that interest us." With GTA 4, those themes were immigration, identity, revenge, cycles of violence, and the cost of ambition, all filtered through the gritty, satirical lens of Grand Theft Auto.
What's your problem, fatty lover? Whatever you say, buddy. Unfortunately, for hitting my friend, I'm going to kick the shit out of you.
No Grand Theft Auto experience would be complete without a pop soundtrack and audio atmosphere, and GTA 4 was no exception. The music design of Grand Theft Auto 4 was a enormous project, and a self-engaged soundtrack of over 200 licensed songs spread across 18 radio stations, plus an original score for certain missions and scenes. The goal, according to Rockstar's music super supervisor, Ivan Pavlovich, was to capture the sound of New York City in 2008. They wanted to pick songs that not only represented New York in 2008, but also wouldn't feel dated when playing the game later on. This meant choosing a wide range of genres reflecting the city's diversity, from hip-hop, R&B, and reggae to rock, punk rock, electric, jazz, talk radio, and even some Eastern European pop to nod to Nico's homeland. The radio stations in Liberty City felt like real New York City radio, each with their own DJs, branding, and playlists carefully curated to fit a style. Hip-hop stations had artists like Busta Rhymes, Fat Joe, Nas, and Swizz Beatz. Classic rock had Stevie Nicks, Smashing Pumpkins, Queen, and Black Sabbath. R&B had Neo, R. Kelly, Barry White, and Marvin Gaye, and that's just scratching the surface of the nearly 20 radio stations. Rockstar undertook a Herculean licensing effort to secure all of his music. They ended up contacting over 2,000 people to clear recording and publishing rights for various tracks. In one case, they even hired a private investigator to track down the relatives of a deceased artist, Sean Delaney of the Scat Bros, so that they could license his 1979 disco song, Walk the Night, for the game. The soundtrack budget must have been hefty. Billboard reported Rockstar paid up to $5,000 for each song's composition rights and another $5,000 for the master recording, meaning that they potentially spent $10,000 per track. Multiply that by 200 plus songs, and that's a lot of money. But Rockstar knows that music is vital to GTA's identity. Just imagine cruising around Liberty City listening to some royalty-free beats rather than Busta Rhymes and Nas. There was also a good amount of commissioned exclusive content. DJ Green Lantern was brought in to produce exclusive original tracks for the rap station, The Beat 102.7. So as you drive around, you'll hear some beats and remixes that were made specifically for Grand Theft Auto 4, like songs from Styles P, Busta Rhymes, Mano, and several others. They also involved real-world radio personalities. For the reggae and dancehall station Massive Beat, Rockstar had DJ Bobby Condors, who runs the Massive Beat record label in New York City, hosted as himself. Condors even flew to Jamaica to record local dancehall artists doing a special version of each song that shout out Liberty City's boroughs throughout the music, adding an authentic touch for the Jamaican neighborhoods. Several stations feature some real celebrity hosts as well, like Iggy Pop hosting Liberty Rock Radio, complete with his wild commentary between classic tracks, and fashion designer Karl Lagerfeld, oddly enough, hosts the Eurodance station, The Studio. And these touches blur the line between the Grand Theft Auto world and reality in a fun way. Interestingly, early in development, the team toyed with the idea of letting players buy music in-game. They imagined that Nico could visit a record store and purchase songs, or that he might have an MP3 player or something to create a custom playlist. Both concepts were dropped, likely because they broke the realism. Nico curating an iPod doesn't exactly fit his story, and because licensing complexities for an on-demand soundtrack might have been missing. Instead, they did something more clever. GTA 4 integrated with an online music service for the first time. If you heard a song and you liked it on the radio, you could use Nico's cell phone to dial a service called Zit, and this would send you a text message with the song's name and artist, and in real life, you could get a link to purchase the song. It was a cool way to connect players with music outside of the game. Beyond the radio, GTA 4 had an original score for certain missions and cutscenes, a first for the series. In previous GTAs, every moment relied on radio or ambient music. In 4, composer Michael Hunter, who also wrote the theme song Soviet Connection, and others provided tense cinematic music for a few story moments. For example, during the bank heist mission, a score track kicks up to amp up the drama. Still, the majority of the time, the player-driven radio was the soundtrack, letting you flip through stations and discover songs and music in the city. On the voice talent side, we've already discussed how Rockstar shifted to using some lesser-known actors for major roles to maintain the immersion of the game. The voice recording process was extensive. To handle 80,000 lines, Rockstar's audio team had to wrangle hundreds of actors, often recording numerous variations of lines. Michael Hollick voiced Nico Bellic, who nailed his rough Serbian accent and eerie tone. Hollick's performance gives Nico a dry wit in many scenes, but also genuine emotion in pivotal moments. His maybe hear things will be different monologue in the opening, or his angry outburst when confronting some enemies, it really sets the mood of the game. Jason Zumwalt infused Roman Bellic with an upbeat comedic energy, making him lovable even when he's annoying the player with bullying and villains. Dozens of other cast members fleshed out the world as well. Thomas Lyons as the corrupt Francis McCreary, Bonnie Margolin as the villainous Dimitri Rascalov, Cooley Ranks, a reggae artist as the accent thick Little Jacob, and so on. Even the radio chatter and pedestrian dialogue required so many voice actors. For example, there's a whole cast just for the spoof talk radio stations, featuring some real comedians and radio personalities satirizing politics, health fads, and conspiracy theories.
Need to know your name, nor you mine. Tell a stranger your name, and within minutes, you're in every database in Africa. People are trying to sell your credit card debt and planning to steal your kidney. Pay attention. Wake up now.
Rockstar's attention to detail extended to directing these actors to sound authentic. Since Liberty City's populace is so diverse, they had actors of various backgrounds. You'll hear real Russian actors voicing some of Nico's underworld contacts, Caribbean actors for the Jamaican characters, and so on. They reported they had some actors record lines entirely in foreign languages with subtitles, for when Nico overhears conversations in languages he doesn't understand. This is why strolling through Little Odessa in-game, you might catch two men arguing in Russian about the good old days. A tiny detail that many players might miss, but it's there. And other than various radio personalities with celebrity voices, as I mentioned before, comedians like Ricky Gervais appear in animated form performing a full stand-up routine. And these routines were actually written and performed by Ricky Gervais exclusively for Grand Theft Auto 4's Comedy Club. Cat Williams did the same. These cameo performances added an extra layer to the game's atmosphere, making Liberty City feel like a place where even famous comedians might drop by, as much of their set refers to the city itself.
Enjoying being here in Liberty City is crazy. You gotta have a car here, I'm saying, because you motherfuckers walk too fast for me, Liberty City. Are y'all going somewhere? Is there a rave or some shit that I don't know about that everybody's rushing to get to?
The sound design as a whole, the music, the voices, the sound effects, all earned a lot of praise. Reviewers noted that the radio DJs and commercials were hilarious and on point, and the way the soundtrack just fit the setting of the game was perfect. Flipping on any of the crazy talk show radios as you drive around is no different than putting on some podcast now. Some of them even talk about familiar topics and rant about real-world problems. The care that they put into the audio is exemplified by the little things. Getting out of the car, whether by opening the door or getting ejected through the windshield, will change the dynamics of the music of the radio like you're hearing, or how the sound of your car engine echoes differently under a bridge versus on the street. By the time that GTA 4 came out, players were given a world not only visually rich and narratively engaging, but alive with the sounds of the city, and a pretty fun playlist to boot. From pulling off high-speed getaways with Lil Wayne singing about a crack house in the background, to creeping through alleyways in tense silence broken only by distant sirens. The music and the voice work in GTA 4 amplified every moment. As music supervisor Ivan Pavlovich reflected, it was about finding those songs, all 200 plus of them, in the end, that defined the city's character. And Dan Houser later noted that even though they had moved away from celebrity voices, the performances from their cast made the characters of GTA 4 some of the most memorable yet. Proof that you don't need an Oscar winner to be behind the mic to create an iconic game character.
It's Nickel Belly.
In the end, all the elements, story, city, gameplay, music, all worked in cahoots to deliver an experience that felt remarkably cohesive and immersive, and truly next generation. They not only started Grand Theft Auto's HD universe, but they also got rid of the 3D universe. They literally killed it. There's some graffiti in the game that you can find that says RIP to all the prior protagonists, signaling that this is a full step forward, forgetting everything in the past. Grand Theft Auto 4 represented a significant evolution in the series' gameplay, overhauling core systems from its predecessor, San Andreas. Built on Rockstar's new Rage engine with Natural Motion's Euphoria physics, GTA 4 shifted its gameplay ideology toward realism, much like they did their narrative storytelling, by overhauling gunfights, driving, melee combat, and character physics. The game marked a major shift in gunplay by introducing modern third-person shooter mechanics, most notably an over-the-shoulder aiming view and a fully realized cover system, both firsts for the series. Earlier GTA titles relied on simple crouching or makeshift cover, but GTA 4 formalized combat by allowing Nico to snap to walls, vehicles, and other objects with a single button press. From cover, players could lean out to aim or blind fire, creating encounters that are far more tactical than before. This wasn't just a flashy addition, it was essential. Enemies now use cover intelligently and return blind fire as well, making reckless run-and-gun tactics a fast route to a death screen. The shooting mechanics themselves also became more refined. free aiming is more precise, and players can target specific body parts, triggering dynamic reactions from NPCs. Knees buckle, arms go limp, and enemies stumble rather than simply dropping on the spot. When aiming, the camera pulls in closer over Nico's shoulder, improving visibility for headshots and limb shots, especially during cover-based fights, where shooting only the visible arm or leg that you can see is the best way to get that person out of cover. The combat overall feels heavier and more grounded, largely thanks to Rockstar's use of the Euphoria physics engine. Characters react realistically to being hit, grabbing their wounds, or losing balance mid-fight, which adds some weight and tension to every encounter. Critics widely praise these changes, noting that the gunfights in GTA 4 felt more visceral and physical than anything the series had done before. Chasing someone down in the street and just gunning them down feels a little too real, to be honest. Overall, the gameplay feels more streamlined, but that focus came with some trade-offs as well. One of the most noticeable was a reduced weapon variety compared to San Andreas. GTA 4 sticks to a more realistic arsenal: pistols, shotguns, SMGs, rifles, and some explosives, while cutting many of the wackier or more niche weapons from earlier games. There's no flamethrowers, miniguns, chainsaws, or dildos. In total, GTA 4 features just 16 weapons. Many of these cuts were made to support the game's grittier tone, though some omissions feel harder to justify. Weapons like brass knuckles or a silenced pistol could have fit the grounded aesthetic perfectly, and added more tactical depth to the game. Interestingly, several of the more extreme weapons did exist during development. Flamethrowers, miniguns, and other heavy weapons appeared in beta builds, but Rockstar deliberately scaled things back. One review even remarked that GTA 4 was more remarkable for what it doesn't include than for what it does, highlighting how much was stripped away in favor of a more focused experience. And I can see the appeal of limiting the arsenal to what an arms dealer might realistically smuggle into Liberty City, but that illusion starts to fall apart when you're still buying RPGs from shady shops or picking up crates of hand grenades from the trunk of some Jamaican dude's
And I got no guns no mayo.
On top of this, San Andreas' weapons skill system was completely removed. In San Andreas, repeated use of firearms improved efficiency, eventually unlocking dual wielding for certain weapons. GTA 4 drops these RPG-style mechanics entirely, which makes sense since Nico's already proficient with weapons as a war vet, but it does dull the whole system a little bit. Sometimes having a little progression system is fun, and it gives some incentive to use different weapons to unlock new proficiency in those weapons. But it really is not that big of a deal. In this game, it's just choose whatever gun is your favorite and just pull the trigger. It's good in its own right. Melee combat in Grand Theft Auto was also redesigned to be simpler in mechanics but smoother in animation compared to San Andreas. San Andreas had an ambitious melee system for its time. CJ could learn multiple different fighting styles, like boxing, kung fu, or kickboxing, by visiting different gyms, and each style granted some unique combos and special moves. Players could chain punches and even perform running attacks or grapple moves in San Andreas. And by mixing styles or maxing out CJ's muscle stat, you could deal some serious damage with your fists. However, those systems were somewhat clunky in action, and honestly, I rarely use them when playing San Andreas. GTA 4 took a different approach. It streamlined melee into a single fighting system for Nico, but refined their core mechanics to feel more natural and cinematic. In GTA 4, hand-to-hand fights revolve around timing-based strikes, blocks, and counters. Nico can throw quick jabs or strong punches and perform a new dodge move if the player taps the button at the right moment. Nico slips or blocks an incoming hit, opening the enemy to counterpunch. This makes melee encounters more about reflexes and timing than button mashing. The game even allows some disarming of enemies. Say you're getting shanked in the night by some thug, if you dodge just right, Nico will wrestle it from his hands. Unlike in San Andreas, you can also switch fighting styles. Nico presents his fix, but the available moves cover all the basics, and honestly, while it's something that I would only mess around with briefly. Usually, I just draw a gun after a few punches, but some of the short combos you can do are sick. Dodging, then tossing an uppercut, or a spinning back fist, or kick, or even a stiff kick to the nuts. It's all really satisfying if you do it all, but again, not more about that gun. The beauty of this fighting system is in its
tôi còn phải coi, tôi đi săn boss tôi đi hai máy mà
combat more believable and just satisfying. Punches have a sense of impact, and enemies react to hits, sometimes stumbling or falling in an unscripted way, whereas older games had more canned fall animations. San Andreas did allow some flashy
Game gì?
like a running
Tôi có
jump
biết gì
video
đâu
or
bán
ground stomp.
tiền cũng túi
More
tôi đâu mà
spikes
tụi
look
mình.
like a fight that you would see just walking down the street. Just two dudes throwing it
Tiền cái vô túi
down. That
tôi
results in
đâu
some
mà
fights that are just shorter and more brutal. All it takes is a few punches and the fights are over, either by KO or the guy just kind of runs away.
bán
Using
dùm
weapons is much the same. There are some
làm việc
combos
thì
you
trẻ
can do with
kêu
both the
làm
baseball
không
bats and the knife,
không ai
and
làm
one or
hết,
two hits
kêu
from the
xuống
bats
giữ
or
nhà
stabs
giữ
with the knife will end the scuffle,
làm
and the
từ
dynamic
khổ.
reactions are great as
Nói
well.
gì
Also,
cũng nghe
something
hết
to
mà
note
làm
simply
gì làm.
because it's just hilarious, you can pick up random objects and throw them at people for funny reactions. Everything from bricks to ketchup bottles.
Chào nghe luôn.
One of the most controversial changes in GTA 4 was its
Con được
completely
đâu,
overhauled
con cái này
driving
con được đâu.
physics.
Nếu mà còn đi phơi đồ thì mấy còn nữa đó có.
Realistic body roll that was virtually absent from the earlier, more arcade-style
Mắc
driving
gì
in
có
the
2
game's
ngày
first in San Andreas, cars and bikes
2 ngày đầu tuần cũng ma luôn.
at high speed with ease, and
Buôn
overall
bán
the
cái
feel
này
was
biết
fast
đặt
and
nữa.
GTA 4, by contrast, introduced a heavier physics-based driving model. Cars have inertia, suspensions visibly shift, tires can lose grip, and collisions feel more consequential.
Okay,
The
bây giờ
game
nó chơi
effectively
tới
simulates proper weight transfer. For example, slamming the brakes will tip a car's nose, and fast turns will cause noticeable body lean or even rollovers. This is seen especially in the larger vehicles in the game. Damage also affects performance. Cars can get their wheels crunched and result in a loss of power, or their tires can get bent, making turning more difficult. And damage makes the car catch fire more gradually than in prior games. Smoke and small flames from the hood spread gradually as you drive, and large fires can even burn the rubber off the wheels. It's a really cool immersive system. Individual body panels can get crumpled in several different ways, more than just a texture change on the vehicle. The car models are altered from impacts. The shift in driving physics ended up being one that caused a bigger stir than anything else in this game. Many players and some critics praised the added realism and challenge of the driving, feeling that the weighty handling made high-speed chases more intense and rewarding. Skilled drivers could power slide around corners or thread through traffic in a way that felt earned. Other players, however, disliked what they perceived as sluggish, boat-like controls. Common complaints were that the cars felt floaty or too slow to respond, with soft suspensions that caused a lot of sway when turning. On rough turns, you might see the car bob and weave as if on water, which was jarring to those who expected the arcade driving that was in the prior games. And honestly, when this game first came out, I did fall into that camp. I just didn't like the driving at first, but now it's my favorite game to drive in. I think it just centered that realism feel for me. It matches the gritty tone of the game. Even GTA 5 was a downgrade in my opinion from this game after I learned to love this game's driving. They also added a layer of strategy, like wet roads significantly lengthened braking distance or increased sliding and sharp turns. And they made Liberty City's vehicular action feel more unpredictable. This combined with the crash physics was fantastic though. Sharp impacts have Nico flying through the windshield like he never heard of seatbelts. And getting one of your tires shot out essentially stopped you in your tracks as you lost all control. Motorcycles also functioned under them, you lose some reputation towards that friend benefit, so it's kind of annoying sometimes. But you get some pretty sick rewards for just hanging out with your buddies. Roman and Jacob's perks are nearly essential in the game. it's reported that Elizabeth Torres is arrested and facing life in prison, effectively ending her. the ideas that Pecorino had at joining the commission down. Goes on the offensive, having Nico ambush Pavano's men at a cash pickup and chasing them back to a car showroom and killing a bunch of them there, essentially creating a mob war. Meanwhile, Phil has work for Nico mostly involving more drugs. They ambush in Ancelotti's shipyard, stealing boats that just arrived from Vice. Pecorinos are behind this boat theft. Nico and Phil go to move the heroin they stole from the Triads to a more secure location, as some heat has been coming down on them, and sure enough, the feds have been watching it, even though Phil's nephew Frankie was supposed to keep an eye on them. So once they get there, they get ambushed by Deuce and the FIB, leading to a car chase through Albany until they get the heroin to a safer lockup after losing their tail. Pecorino finds out who snitched on the heroin, and it was actually his own adopted son and bodyguard, Anthony Corrado, who, after Jimmy calls and threatens to kill him, has a heart attack. But he doesn't die, so he sends Nico to the hospital to finish the job.
It looks like I messed something up. Sorry about that, Anthony. My own!
By now, Pecorino is paranoid. He still thinks that there's a rat. He assumes it's either Phil or Ray, and for some reason or another, he decides that Ray needs to die. As far as I'm aware, there's no evidence that he was a rat, but paranoia has killed several people in this game so far, so what's one more? Nico follows Ray until he stops at a gas station and then takes him and his out. During this time in Alderney, Nico also gets contacted by the UL paper contact and is enlisted to work for John Gravelli, the Don of the Gambetti crime family. He's an old man dying in bed, and he's having some trouble in his last days, struggling with his legacy, so he has Nico do some good in his name, mostly stopping other gangs from taking over what he's worked so hard to accomplish. A politician is coming to Liberty City to give a speech on Russian organized crime being a threat to the city, and he is assuming Nico's buddy Dmitri will have a problem with that, so he sends Nico to be his private security to make sure that he makes it to City Hall. He then has Nico go after a Korean counterfeiter that is no good for the economy. The same Korean that Nico helped smuggle the cash into the city under Derek McCreary's orders. And finally, he has Nico disrupt a drug deal between the Ancelottis and the Russians by destroying all the vans that the drugs are stashed in. After doing this work for Gravelli and UL Paper by proxy, Nico finally gets the call that he's been waiting for. ULP has tracked down Darko Breivik and is bringing him to Liberty City. Nico and Roman drive to the airport to receive the man, and it's an intense ride with 1,000 thoughts running through Nico's head. This is the man who betrayed his trust, killed his comrades, and indirectly set Nico on this path of bitterness. When they present Darko to Nico, bound, pathetic, and trembling, Nico is taken aback. Darko is a scared junkie, whimpering for death or drugs. At first, he doesn't even recognize Nico, and then when he does, he doesn't even know why Nico is mad. The events that scarred Nico for life had no impact on this man, or at the very least, his drug use has erased it all. Nico also asked him how much he was offered to betray them, and he says $1,000, and Nico's furious at this, but Darko then asks Nico how much he charges to kill the man.
How much? Kill my friends. Kill my friends for $1,000.
It's not a subtle message. Darko Breivik has a similar name and appearance to Nico Bellic. Some of Nico's earlier missions have him wipe out whole crews of people for the same amount of money that Darko was paid. Nico killed a lot of people just to gain the power to choose how it ends for Darko, to have him delivered to his feet. Nico will feel better if he spares him, but the opportunity to have this feel-good moment is not free. If Nico kills Darko, he'll feel empty, and he'll give Darko what he wants. And maybe that's what they both deserve. One could argue there's more hypocrisy in sparing him and accepting praise from friends for not killing this guy. On the other hand, if Nico does want to stop being a killer, he has to start somewhere. It's the ultimate choice of vengeance versus mercy. The player can have Nico execute Darko in cold blood or walk away and spare him. Regardless of the choice, Nico's reaction is one of disappointment and emptiness.
Well, you've been waiting for so long. What do you mean you don't know how you feel?
I mean, I don't know. I feel empty, okay? I feel empty.
This is a pivotal moment. Nico's personal mission, aside from protecting his cousin, is now concluded, and it's profoundly anticlimactic for him. It underscores one of GTA 4's central messages. The cycle of revenge is futile. It doesn't resurrect the dead or undo any trauma. If anything, it can worsen the survivor's anguish. Nico stares into the figurative abyss and realizes that it's still just an abyss. From here on, what's keeping Nico going is less clear. Perhaps Roman's upcoming wedding, perhaps Kate's influence, or perhaps simply momentum. But he's dug himself too deep into the city and he still has to look over his shoulder for the Russians that are out to get him. And the fact that he's been continuously stepping on their toes in other people's names is not helping them forget him and his cousin. Honestly, if Nico didn't want revenge on Darko so badly, he and Roman could have actually laid low and Dimitri would have lost interest in them. He has much bigger moves going on and he would not care about some cab company owner and his cousin. But it's too late to lay low, and by now, most of the city is dead, and Nico's circle of enemies has narrowed down to two main antagonists, Ray Bulgarin and Dmitry Raskolov, who have somewhat merged forces. Bulgarin remains at large, a wild card. He showed up to ambush the diamond deal with the kidnapped Gracie, but we don't really know what happened to him after that. And ever since the failed warehouse ambush, Dmitry has been busy climbing the underworld ladder, and his path finally crosses Nico's once again. Dmitry has a potential buyer of Pegorino's heroin, and Pegorino, of course, wants his top guy, Nico, to help broker this deal. Pegorino knows Nico has bad blood with Dmitry, so he awkwardly tries to convince Nico to be a professional and let bygones be bygones for the sake of money. Pegorino's sort of desperate here. This may be his last chance at getting in with the commission, or at the very least getting him a massive payday. Nico obviously tries to turn him down, but Pegorino insists, very sternly.
No! You listen, you dumb immigrant fuck! I ain't asking you, I'm telling you, do this! Get over your principles. These guys don't hold grudges.
But the lie detective determined that was a lie.
Nico leaves and he calls some people to get their opinion. First, he calls Roman. He kind of agrees with Pegorino to let the past stay in the past and work together for the sake of money. When he brings up that Dmitry burned his apartment and his business and kidnapped him, he says that, well, now I got a better apartment. So whether Roman just doesn't want any more beef because his wedding is coming up, or he just wants a bunch of cash is very unclear. But he does tell Nico that he knows where Dmitry is, and he begs his cousin to make the deal. He even texts Nico after this call saying that they can fly a private jet to the White City after the deal, and think of the honeymoon that him and Mallory can have with this cash. Nico then calls Kate. She doesn't know all the details of what's going on, but Nico gives her a vague overview, and she tells Nico that she wouldn't respect him if he compromised on his values and what he believes in just for some money. And this all builds to GTA 4's final choice, deal or revenge. You must decide if Nico agrees to Pegorino's plan and works with Dmitry for the heroin sale, the deal path, or if Nico refuses and decides to get revenge on Dmitry once and for all, sabotaging the deal. It's a tough choice, and the most impactful one in the game as it changes the way the story ends entirely. If Nico chooses to do the deal, he and Phil head down to pick up the payment for the heroin from the buyers, while Dmitry meets with their representatives at another location to hand over the heroin, being smart by keeping the money and drugs separate to avoid anyone taking over the deal. However, once he and Phil get into the buyer's compound, Dmitry calls and tells them that he has killed the buyer's representatives and will keep the heroin for himself, leaving Nico and Phil in enemy territory. But he tells them that they can go ahead and get the money from inside so everyone wins. Easier said than done, as Nico and Phil have to shoot their way through a ton of guys and chase down a truck in order to get the cash, but in the end, they do. Pegorino gets the money at the end of the day, so he doesn't really care that Dmitry soured the deal. And Nico seems to be okay with this as well, telling Phil on the ride back that he won't go after Dmitry. He's just going to enjoy his money and go to his cousin's wedding. And after this, Nico does attend Roman's wedding. He goes to buy a suit and he gets ready for the day, calling Roman, who is ecstatic about the deal being done and having a bunch of cash, and ready to celebrate. And also, Nico calls Kate, asking if she's going to the wedding, but after he tells her that he decided to work with this guy, she tells him no, as she doesn't want to be around him.
I can't believe you could care about money that much.
Well, we do what we can to survive, Kate. Are you coming to Roman's wedding?
I don't think so, Nico. I don't want to be around you right now.
As Roman and Mallory walk out of the ceremony, all their friends from throughout the game are there celebrating with them, until a hitman shows up behind Nico and tells him he has a gift from Dmitry Raskolov and tries to shoot him. Nico wrestles the gun away from him and the gun fires off a few times before he can turn the gun on the assassin and take him out. Shortly after the guy falls, Mallory starts screaming for Roman. Nico turns to see his cousin laid out on the ground, dead, with everyone freaking out and crying over him. Nico turns back to the assassin and unloads the gun into his corpse, with no emotion on his face.
Giao chưa? Má buồn ăn nhầm với lại Nguyên ăn nhầm. Nhu cầu của món cho ăn được vệ sinh là trả tiền rồi sao thấy giá còn mua cái đó chưa trả tiền mua là khoản này không có liên kết không tất cả để mà thấy có cái phòng đi ăn này gặp rồi ở đây cái cuối này vô con hộp nó mấy cái đồ không mất chỗ làm sao em nhớ được nhiều khi em có một cái là em không nhớ gì hết. Lần hai lại đơn ra một đơn dịch ngược ra không nhớ. Thành ra 16 năm không? Quán thì có rồi đưa, nói chung là còn ba cái lắm. Này mình có cái gì ở đó.
Nãy giờ tôi con tôi chậm gạt máu
có cho con trai thì
đi đâu hết rồi đi cùng dậy bây giờ đâu có đi ăn về đâu
đi siêu thị thôi
3 triệu đóng ôm cho con ai rồi ôi ê đưa đây tiền đây để con không được tiền mất bỏ đưa tiền đây bỏ qua ví tôi này lên để tiền con ví ông làm cái gì
vậy đó chứ làm cái gì rồi tôi đi đâu
này thì không biết bỏ vô ví tôi một tí
tiền của tao không hả quyền như người ta quản
để không có quyền thất thu mà không biết
ủa ai chặt mày để đâu trường à
Giờ thì thấy thì cười thật rồi thôi.
Chạm đúng dây.
Mới đi siêu thị đây mà ta mới đây là sao biến mất lẹ vậy? Không, cháu nửa một cái không lấy thì không lấy được mà tôi rất thường xuyên con cháu đó đấy. Hay là tôi cũng nói với con mà lâu lâu cái mà của người ta của nó nói 8 ngày 20 ngày nhưng mà ông tự nhiên nhớ thì
Mình xài mất máu. Tôi có lấy ra làm sao?
Mất mùi biển nữa, rất nhiều đậm với mùi đạm mất đi lúc đó nó sống vậy nhưng mà ở ngoài biển nó em nha. Một cái nào đấy ngủ rồi, đây ngủ rồi.
Cái để không
thì nào con ngủ đây mà cũng phải nói nha. Không ngọt hơn, nhạt hơn, ít chua hơn. Cái kia là ngọt hơn, chua hơn. Cái này là XC, XC nó mặn.
Chán làm được mấy
Đây là lấy cái gì trước không?
thì nó trái lần đầu tiên nó mua ra đó nó sẽ học cái này
Trời đất. Thôi anh đi những gì đâu kìa. Nhà đi cho chắc. Rồi không tới. Tin đâu bằng đời tin. Ôi trời ơi, ai về nó phải rõ ràng rồi đẹp, đẹp hơn là đẹp.
là biến đổi lên phút chốc.
Chắc ở nhà nó đổ lượng nước vô con ngồi tao thì khỏe. Ở nè, đi bằng chút thôi, không có được nó đổ thôi mà. Đây, cái đồ tôi cái bàn cái chìm dinh trong chim chú chi cha thôi. 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 Chị 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 chú chi cha thôi. Chi cha what? Còn suy luôn một chút mà thấy hết no rồi thì cũng phải uống nữa không còn uống thêm 1-2 hôm rồi đó, còn chút nữa uống không.
Sáng nát xì á.
Chi cha quá. Hết bữa tháng rồi mà mình cố chấp mình tới mình đợi nó ra nó lên chi nào bây giờ mình xúc bình nữa chi cha Ồ, nó leo gì nó leo á, nó leo dễ sợ, hai cái chân nó chèo muốn chụp kìa.
Đừng có la tất cả. Mi mà đừng có mà la tao.
Chuyện na là thằng ngu không? Đấy, nã như này, chờ chú chưa ngủ, mệt mỏi đâu cô này, ra như giờ chưa ngủ, tức bồi này, này, bộ nó ngu bên cái tóc nó bao giờ đấy, đã có dụ quậy, bực bội à, không có ngủ, đập, quậy, quấn rồi mất. Ai chịu được đâu đó, này, không vô nghe, không vô đâu nghe. Ơi, con sao? Này sao? Muốn nó đi ngủ không khó khăn gì sớm ấy. Đấy. Đừng được đâu. Gà thì con là gì không? Con gà đi. Ơi. Nó đã vô rồi, đi nữa.
Healing online.
now Roman is dead, and Nico could have stopped it by just sticking to the wall.
They told me to leave it.
Nó ngủ rồi, đang ru nó ngủ.
The next day, Nico wakes up and realizes what just happened is not a dream.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry, cousin.
Soon enough, Jacob calls saying that he's seen Dimitri and Pecorino hanging out on the wall, and he found some of Pecorino's men. He's going to follow them back to where he assumes Dimitri is. Nico meets up with them, and they tail them back to this abandoned casino in Weston. Nico tells Jacob to stay out of it, as he needs no more blood on his hands, except for killing these bastards, and if he could hit Dimitri. Nico guns through this abandoned building, chasing down Dimitri, and eventually he comes across Dimitri and Pecorino arguing in a stairwell, before Dimitri shoots Pecorino in the face, saying that he didn't work this hard to share the spoils of victory.
I didn't work this hard to share the spoils of a victory. Goodbye.
This chase continues, getting real theatrical. Dimitri hops in a helicopter and retrieves as Nico chases him down in the speedboat until Jacob shows up again in his own helicopter, and Nico jumps from the boat to the helicopter to continue the chase of Dimitri, firing rockets off the whole time. It's really no shoot, but eventually the helicopter gets shot down on the Happiness Island, and Nico finishes the pursuit onto Dimitri, finishing him off with whatever gun he chooses.
There's no one there. You violence. We're not going. Speaking is a strange thing. To kill your best friend. Betray everyone who ever came in contact. To kill my country. I guess the Bible
The camera panning up behind the Statue of Happiness, looking at the skyline of the city area, and he with Nico's final quote being, "So this is what the dream feels like." This was a dream feels like. This is the big dream we longed for. You can, of course, play the game after the credits roll, and you get some phone calls as you do. You get a call from both Percy and Dave sharing their condolences over the death of Roman, but most importantly, you get a call from Valerie, who tells Nico that she's pregnant and her son will never meet his father. Another hard hit to an already tragic end.
I know you're trying. The child without a father has a lot to worry about. Trust me on that one.
But of course, this only happened because of Nico. So let's rewind and see what changes if Nico decides to take revenge on that Maggie. Nico finds out that Dimitri is in the flat of which is supposed to be now. So instead of meeting with Will to end the meetup, Nico goes right to Dimitri and shoots every last patient that he has on the ship, until cornering Dimitri and killing that Bible man. I ended up killing him with an RPG, but you can also do a unique execution on him by Dimitri dies on the same ship that Nico came into the city. Things, I guess, came full circle. Nico calls Roman to tell him what happened, and Roman is pissed. That's what real money to be had now. But he tells Nico to go get a suit and get ready for the wedding underway. Kate, however, is happier with Nico's decision this time, and she decides to join him as a date to Roman's wedding, where they reminisce on the way to the church that this is where her brother's funeral was. Some happy memories for sure, depending on the brother, I guess. The wedding goes the same, but during the celebration outside, instead of a Russian assassin coming to kill Nico, there's instead a car with an angry Pecorino that drives by and yelling and shooting an AK-47 at the crowd. The gunfire misses everyone except the dear angry Pecorino. Nico kneels over her crying as the crowd circles around her. Nico says that she totally believes it, and he thought that he had, similar to what he said in the case with Russians.
on my head. No one.
And then Nico wakes up the next day in the apartment, furious. Jacob calls Nico the next day saying that he spotted Pecorino's guys similar to the other ending, and the pursuit of them ends at the abandoned casino. On the same, only this time, Roman is along another theatrical chase. Nico rides a dirt bike along the shore, chasing down Pecorino with his speed on the water until Nico does a sick jump up the ramp to get onto Jacob's helicopter to continue the chase of the boat. Both vehicles end up crashing into Happiness Island like the other pursuits, and Nico chases Pecorino down, gunning him down once and for all.
I told you, leave me alone. I got the orders here. Hey! You're not looking so hot there, Jimmy. What the fuck? It's happening to you. I wanted you. Even for redemption. Indeed. Wanna know something funny? Really? The mission. The old family. I know some of them. And they thought you were a sadly fucking digital. What happened? A joke. Cousin. Yeah. Really? I don't know. What did I do? I'm done. Not making money. Really? I suppose. We won, man. We won.
The game ends with the same somber music as the camera pans up to the front of the Statue of Happiness this time, with no fuckers to be seen, with Nico's final quote being to save us. Nico also gets some calls after the crash. Maggie calls all tore up that his baby sister is dead. She never hurt a soul in her life, and it's just not fair. And Roman calls to tell Nico that Mallory is pregnant, and he also says that if it's a girl, they'll name it Kate. Both the deal and the revenge arcs reinforce that violence begets violence, and no one in Nico's line of work gets a truly happy ending. In each scenario, Dimitri and Pecorino die, but the personal cost of Nico changes. The deal ending punishes Nico for compromising on his principles and bloody he loses his trust, effectively his moral anchor and his only true family in the city. The revenge ending punishes Nico for sticking to his principles in a violent way. He spares Roman when he loses games, symbolizing this loss of a chance at a normal life. He's gone too far and he doesn't deserve to live a normal life after all this violence. And Kate is what that represents. It's a tragedy either way. Nico Bellic, the war-torn, broken soul, suffers yet another devastating trauma on top of all ages of therapy. What remains for Nico after the events of the story remains uncertain. In the deal ending, he has a bunch of cash, but he lost his cousin. Maybe he uses that money to invest like Roman did, or he raises Roman's child with Mallory's help, brings them up well with a bunch of cash. In the revenge ending, he has Roman and the prospect of a new family business, or just caring for Roman's child as uncle, but he loses a big payday, and he also loses Kate permanently. But in both, Nico is scarred. Perhaps one glimmer of redemption that he has at long last is a broken cycle of revenge, since he killed the men above Dimitri, Pecorino, and Wolfric indirectly, and confronted Darko without carrying on that feud. All of his old grudges are settled, whether that brings peace or just emptiness is left to the player's imagination. Nico has to live with the question, was it worth it? The final line about the dream suggests that Nico realizes the futility. The American dream that he chased was a lie, a victory that feels hollow and weighed against all the people that he also away. Rainbow Photo 4 tells an immigrant story through Nico Bellic's eyes, and it never lets you forget how unglamorous that story really is. This isn't a crime fantasy, it's closer to a slow tragedy, the kind where you can see the ending coming and you just can't do anything to stop it. What makes the game's cast so memorable is that none of them exist just to give Nico jobs. Roman pulls him into the race and even promises that he can't keep, driven by genuine love, wrapped in genuine illusion. Dimitri smiles and talks about playing it smart, and then stabs you in the moment that it's convenient. Faustin is terrifying not because he's calculating, but because he isn't. He's a paranoid, built-up wreck. He's convinced himself that he's represent the same tree pulling in opposite directions. In Pecorino is what happens when a man mistakes desperation for ambition. Every one of them tests Nico differently, and every one of them leads apart. Running underneath all of it is the American dream, and GTA 4 is ruthless about what it does to that idea. Roman chased it like it was a sure thing. Nico came hoping that it might let him outrun his past. Neither of them got what they came for. The city handed them something ultimate, a place where, as Nico put it, capitalism is a very business, and everyone, including the government, taking your freedom in front of you is using you for something. By the end, it doesn't matter whether